The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg is suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Sholdon going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing about a woman on the day. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man
Greetings, Black family. Greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Che and Krumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che. She's in the background. And we got Shabaka Sankori, our West Coast correspondent. Greetings, Shabaka, from the Mile High incoming illegal migrant flooded, soon to be arrested city. And on this season 5, episode 2, part 1 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first topic is, of course, the tangibles. This is the year and the decade of tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2100. So tangibles 2025, all the way up to 2100. And then we got a damn demo rat, Cory Booker, Cory Bussey's 25 hours of foolishness should be celebrated by us because he's black. Fuck no. Then we got Ben Crump thinks Black Americans are ignorant by telling on himself during the Then the dump is inhuman shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Trump's tariffs will raise prices on clothes, cars, and coffee.
Everything. Don't buy the shit.
And then they had that hands off of Mac 285 is shouting you out, Lady Che says, get well, Lady Che. Salute, Lady Che. And Cory Bussey. Then we got hands off. They had that stupid ass hands off protest today. ERUPT against Trump and Musk nationwide. I hope y'all this is at home. Then we
I saw some of that. Yeah, I saw some of that. And then on top of that, that's a good thing, is because what's happening is that these dumb bunnies have finally realized that once again, as we say in the mean streets of LA, they got their head bumped. They've been had. They've been took. They've been hoodwinked. You've been bamboozled, you see, and a lot of these bastards are starting to regret that shit. Now, as far as them high prices on them tariffs, don't buy the shit. Let the fucking stock market crash.
Yeah, it's been crashing for 2 days straight. And then we got, hold on, Shabaka, I'm not done with the intro. Then we got New Black Media Appreciation Month begins. This is the month. This is New Black Media Appreciation Month. Shout out to the New Black Media. Which includes us, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, as well as we are the signal boosters for the New Black Media.
Yes, sir.
Why the Black Media or the New Black Media broke old Sambo.
Right.
Then we got white student stabbed to death by black student in Texas. Is it self-defense?
Okay. White student stabbed in self-defense. Okay. By black student. Okay.
And then we got Jasmine Crockett Shit's competition. Sheldon Daniels got interviewed by TD Media.
Okay.
So I'm gonna play the interview. And then 100 things you didn't know were invented by black people. So those are the topics for tonight. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Yes, sir. And then also too, you can Google us on for StreamYard now for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Okay, it's because we still working on a lot of kinks in it and what have you, trying to get it out. Okay. All righty. Okay, the Cory Booker Minstrel Show. Well, all right.
No, that's after this. So we got the tangibles. So it's the year of the tangibles. Continue to mass up the tangible for your vote, all the way up to 2,100. So back in 2019, our good brother Tariq Nasheed came out with this hashtag tangibles 2020, and on everything that we, meaning the foundational Black Americans,
and diasporic Africans.
No, because diasporic Africans didn't build the country, Shabaka. So foundational Black Americans, Sinister American Child Slavery freedmen, are going to demand from the two-party system. So the people that built this country, the people that descend from the people that built this country, are going to demand something tangible for our vote. So been reading this first dim. First Dam was started as a response to the Me Too movement, and we redirect the aim. First Dam, put it on them first. Make them the face of all that shit, not us. So
Yeah.
in that, Tangibles 2020 came out about, and we've been pushing the hashtag for 5 years. So I'm going to read this like I've been reading for the past 5 years.
All
So
right.
2020 is 2028 for the presidential. It's 2025 for the local. There's a lot of local.
And 2026 for the
For the
congressional
midterms.
statewide.
Yeah, for the midterms, 2026.
Right. Uh-huh.
So all those elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old plus malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans in the groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, BIPOC, distressed, downtrodden, underserved, underprivileged, marginalized, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this election cycle, like I said, 2025 for the local, 2026 for the midterms, 2028 for the presidential. Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are specifically met by politicians who are seeking our votes. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We do not want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups who often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politics offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag Tangibles2020. We've been doing exactly that for the past 5 years. So now it's Tangibles 2025. And we're going to continue to mess up Tangible for all the way up to 2100. So any politician that's seeking your vote at the local, state, and federal level, demand something tangible for your vote. And some say, what's tangible? What is that? What do you mean by that? That's something real, or something with substance, or something you can count, measure, or feel with your own hand, i.e. a check.
In other words, something that you can see, touch, or feel, or smell, or taste.
Exactly, Shabaka. I.e. a check, reparations, and form a direct lineage, not race, but lineage-based cash payments to the descendants of American child slavery freedmen. Otherwise, you will not get our vote. Also, you can come with an anti-Black hate crime bill and tax-free exemption. Those are just one of the many tangibles that you can be offering us if you want our vote. Otherwise, you're not getting our vote, and we're gonna continue to sit it out. It's like we set out 2024, we'll sit out 2028 too, and 2033.
And you just made me think. 100. And Go ahead. And you just made me think of something there, Brother Che. And then to fulfill this obligation that they have, which is a debt owed, then they need to let us tap that damn Federal Reserve Bank too.
Yeah,
I just thought about that.
Well, they owe us too, Shabaka.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Because see, without the revenue that we produce off of that cotton, off of that sugar cane.
What's that amount now, Shabaka? How much are we owed with compounded interest? We up to a gazillion, 100. We passed 100 trillion. We're at 100 billion. 900 trillion is the full amount, but
exactly.
We started off with 100 trillion,
right?
And that's been compounding interest,
right?
And up to gazillion.
Yes, sir. So we're well over 1,000 trillion.
Yeah,
over 1,000 trillion. And this isn't a handout. This isn't saying that we lazy, but what it is though, you other group have went up there and benefited quite handsomely off of our free labor. Then not to
For
mention the days that
250 years of chattel slavery and an
hmm
additional 150 years of Jim Crow, mass
hmm
incarceration, new
hmm
Jim Crow,
right. And
etc.
also too for the
Redlining.
days of Dr. King, the Black Panthers, all those in the civil rights movement and the Black liberation movement that made the ultimate sacrifice.
Right. So that's the tangible. So what are your thoughts on the tangible, Spike?
Hey, cut the goddamn check, man. You know what I'm saying? If y'all can go up and give all this money to these fucking migrants, then you damn sure need to pay us.
Right.
hmm
Yeah.
And that's for real. You see what I mean? And
Mm-hmm.
that is for real. And this isn't racism. Well, that happened so long ago. But
Not
once
right at
again,
all.
I'm gonna break it down as that all the interest that got accumulated off of the initial investment that got parlayed again and a fucking again and a fucking again, and then they stole the money out the Freedmen's Bank and started the Federal Reserve. You see, people, we're not a bunch of ignorant, dumb, bunny ass Negroes here on this platform.
Right. That's right. So come
Yes,
correct or don't come at all.
yeah, exactly. You know, and we do appreciate uh constructive criticism.
Oh, thank you, Twin. Twin said we got the best intro, or Mac 285, excuse me. Mac 285 said we got the best intro on YouTube.
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, Mac 285. And also, too, I'm still trying to work on some bugs out, man, of doing this is because when we did Shabaka's Black
Lady T
Experience
came up with it. She said you're welcome.
And yeah, it's because I've been seeing we're getting some views on YouTube, also too on our like page. Definitely check out the like page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experienced Enhanced. Is because I'm going through some issues with it that I'm trying to get all the bugs up out of it. But what it is that they don't like this truth. Not that we really care or give a damn, you see, but we're gonna speak this truth. You see. And then also too for all you dumpsters out there, I really love it of how the general public from coast to coast is realizing the mistake that they made about with this orange peel.
Shabaka, they just trying to get us riled up. They think
hmm
they slick. They trying to get us to get out in the streets so we can catch all them bullets and we
Right.
can catch all that tear gas and all that. Nah, we're not
Oh
falling for
yes, sir.
your
Yeah,
black
yeah.
ass.
We all been there, done that, been to jail. You know, we all been there, done that. And then also too that what we forgot to mention in our tribute to Dr. King, Brother Chad, and I'm sure you're gonna agree, was his letter from the Birmingham jail.
Yeah. Well, we could cover that on Tuesday, Shabaka.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All
Mm-hmm.
right, Lady, what's your thoughts on tangibles?
Yes, sir.
To hold your boat.
Yep. I could barely hear Lady J. She's in the back.
Yeah, that's what I said. She's in the background. She's really sick right now.
Is she doing better?
She's just trying to heal up.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm gonna move us along because we got a lot of damn topics.
Right.
So the next topic is Corey Bussy's political theater.
Yeah, the minstrel show. Yeah. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. I got plenty of nothing, and nothing's plenty for me. All right, so if we got any footage on him, go ahead and play it so we can laugh at his minstrel ass. And then in the meantime, I got to get my ashtray and get a trash can here for this trash I got accumulating on my table. I'm going on mute for a second. Okay.
All right, so I think it's Sister Demetria K or Sister Ricky Dillon. One of them is gonna give us an update. No, the heat is not on. It's not.
And join the conversation.
Senator Cory Booker recently broke a record by speaking out against the Trump administration's policies in regards to how it is affecting the American people. And that's what he was saying. So he spoke for a little over 25 hours, breaking the record of Senator Strom Thurmond in 1957 when he was filibustering the civil rights bills in regards to them not being banned. So he was for segregation. Y'all remember he was Biden's homeboy. I digress. And then Senator Ted Cruz did it just a little bit more recently before Senator Cory Booker. Now, of course, there's a lot of people, specifically Democrats, who are very excited about him doing that, saying he was standing on business and the strength that he exhibited is uniting the party and things like that. So, Assembly member Isaac Bryan from Los Angeles tweeted this: anytime a black man breaks a record previously held by a racist segregationist, I'm going to celebrate, and you should too.
You, Isaac.
No, sir. We're not celebrating that, because what did it do for black people that he broke Strom Thurmond's record? What did it do? Was he up there speaking about reparations and, we need reparations for black Americans? I didn't hear nothing like that. Now, admittedly, I didn't listen to all 25 hours. I kind of jumped in and out because, I want to get some sleep and do other things like breathe and eat, right? I didn't have that kind of time on my hands. Right. But breaking the record is symbolism. It does nothing for us. And the other thing, as I said too, if he and his homies in the Democrat Party were not for all the nonsense that Kamala was trying to ram down the American people's throats, like mass deletion of babies, mass immigration, and giving all this money away to everybody else, Cory would have been able to get some sleep. And we wouldn't be talking about this. But breaking a record does what? What does it do? I don't know. Does it unite the Democrat Party? But what are they going to be united to do? Because they're still trying to be all right with boys playing in girls' sports. Look at what happened in California. They, voted against a bill that would ban boys in girls' sports. So they're still on board with that kind of stuff. They're still running around, marching around the country. Representative Al Green was one of them, trying to, root for the migrants. That ain't supposed to be here. So what did he unite them to do? And why should we be excited about that? See, Isaac, we ain't forgot what you did in California either. Right. When you went and folded your arms against those reparations bills that you never even took to the floor to be vetoed or voted on by Gavin Newsom. You did that, sir. But here you are trying to gaslight black people into thinking that we need to be jumping up and down because Cory Booker wasted 25 hours of his life and everybody else that watched to do what? Trump probably wasn't even watching it. He was probably doing other stuff. So we're not getting excited about that, sir. We will get excited, though, when you uncross your arms there in California and actually be about the business of reparations for black people, like you're about the business of helping migrants get all that there is to get, while black people are the most homeless in California. Please and thank you. So anyway, let me know what y'all think about that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel.
And do the same for Frontline Black News.
Unleash the power of knowledge.
I agree wholeheartedly with everything Sister Demetria K said. To hell with Cory Bussy and fuck Isaac Bryan too.
Yeah, man. Fuck all them things, man. Is over. Right. I'm tired of getting more and more frustrated in my old age, having to look at these damn minstrel shows.
This fool had the curiosity to tell us to be excited about Cory Bussy babbling for 25 hours about how much he did. It was all about Dump. Dump is going to do this. It's going to do that. And blah, 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 blah. Nothing about reparations. Nothing about an anti-black hate crime bill. Nothing about anything.
Nothing about building black industries. You see what I'm saying? So all of this is a damn ass batch and Yassa Boss and fucking minstrel show.
And we played the speech on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced I'm not gonna put y'all through that again. But yeah, that was some bullshit.
And then Cory Booker had him some stash somewhere, man. So his eyes was all lit up. He had his high beams on for real.
Yeah, he didn't even go to the bathroom. He didn't even take a bathroom break. 25 hours.
You know he's full of shit.
Yeah,
you gonna stand there for 25 hours and don't take a dump? Man, come on.
Is this really the best y'all can do, Democrats? And y'all think y'all gonna run him in 2028? Fuck no. Y'all gonna lose again. Y'all gonna lose worse than y'all did with the last time.
And y'all honestly believe that I'm going to go up here and waste my time going to vote for this idiot? I'm done voting. It didn't work, Mac 285. It didn't work. So go on and let that trick crash and burn.
That was complete bullshit, Shabaki.
Yeah, it was. You know, go on and let that trick crash and burn. You see what I mean? And then we got to make it publicly known that these house Negroes do not speak for us.
Shut outside the window. Okay. Yeah. So this ain't nothing to celebrate Isaac Bryan. And like Sister Demetria said, you stood in the way of reparations in California. After a Republican, Bill Esseley, tried to introduce it.
Yeah.
A Republican, not a Democrat, a Republican. And super majority Democrat California. That means they control both the House and the Senate and the state legislature. And
here's the irony.
The Attorney General.
Now here's the irony of it. Now, if California's got all this Democratic juice, how the hell did the electoral votes from California go to the dump? Something not right.
Did they go to the dump?
Yeah.
Pull the map up again.
Yeah.
All that. I remember they said there was several counties in California that went red, but I don't think the whole state went red. I think they gave those votes to Kamala. Yeah, they gave all those.
Okay, sorry about that, Brother Che. The thing is that you have to understand, the main Democratic stronghold in California would be Los Angeles County. Orange County, definitely Repub, okay? Rural California, mainly up there in the north, man, Repub. You see what I'm saying?
Counties red. Those usually go red. But I said, like, it was a lot more counties that went red, but I don't think the whole state went red, Shabaki.
Okay, I have to pull it up. Yeah, we have to pull that up. But I just want to make sure, I'm not making an error, because I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sitting here at my own lunch counter making me a cup of coffee. In case we're going to be up for a minute, you know what I mean? And what have you. Say, now, also, too, so what we have to do, Black family, is get that economical power, because you remember, politicians, except for Jesse Paris, are prostitutes, okay? That's what politicians are, they're prostitutes.
And don't forget, let me say, she's running for Aurora. I guess.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. You'll say most definitely. They say, and then on top of it is that they're not going to have a politician who will do the right thing, because what's going to happen to that politician who's serious about his oath of office, who's serious about doing the right thing, you could best believe, sure as shit stink, is that they're going to set him up, for a fall. They say they're going to get that fool over there in Hollywood to the Playboy Mansion. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Over there at Diddy's old crib that the city of Los Angeles has seized. Okay. And put him in a compromised situation. Because Terrence Howard, the movie actor, was talking about that. That's why he quit acting.
Yep. He said Diddy tried to get at him too.
Yeah, man, 'cause I saw him earlier today on one of his live feeds, man, and they talking like they wanted him to get some damn homosexual sex acts, and he's told them, hell no, that he's a man.
Yeah. Remember Cat Williams, something similar at the beginning of last year.
Yeah, you see, they'll always try to compromise you out there in them places. So therefore, for all our listeners out there, particularly those of you who have never been to Los Angeles before, if you're out there trying to be a star, man, I hope you make it, hey, because your life can change you up. But just beware of not getting caught up in the Karen traps, the homo traps, and them drug traps. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Look at Lil Wayne. Look at Lil Wayne, a mess. You know, great talent, all tatted up, looking crazy. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Universal Music Group stole all his money. And what's the sister's name? Angie Stone. Well,
Yep.
she didn't get none of her residuals. And then the sister passed away. So don't you think that her kids or her loved ones didn't get her revenue?
Suing her when she passed away. She had a long-standing lawsuit against.
Yeah, how convenient. Very interesting. You know, and then quite naturally, of course, our condolences go to her family. You see what I'm saying?
Jay Millie just went.
know?
I guess he'll come over when he's done.
Oh, okay. It's always a pleasure having Jay Militant. You know what I'm saying? Out of the bay. You know what I mean? They say, and then also, too, Black family, we got to go up here, man, and get us this high tech, further. You see? What I'm going to do, I'm going to try my best to go take some college courses to get re-educated. You see? Because when I was in college, it was called data processing. That's ancient history now. And then I remember in the data processing class, the instructor said, you know what the long-term goal is of this crap, and we're in it now, artificial intelligence. So you got Stinky Bird and Little Stink out there with the dumpster. You see, the people are protesting en masse against Stinky Bird and that boar. You see what I mean? Because he is not an African Black family. He is a boar.
White people are protesting, Shabaka. That shit ain't got nothing to do with us. I was so glad Black people out there with that bullshit.
Yeah, agreed. But what I am happy to see, though, Brother Che, to reinforce your point even more, is that the dumpster's own people is getting upset with him. Okay. That's a beautiful thing.
So here's the map. Here's how it went down.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, California did go blue. Okay.
All West Coast states went blue.
Yeah, from Washington, okay, from J Dizzle through Oregon to California. You see Nevada and Arizona went red.
Yeah, all the so-called flyover states went red.
Mm-hmm. And then Illinois, of course, that went demo. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Idaho was the most.
Yeah, Idaho is scary. Idaho is very scary.
The most percentage.
Keep in mind, keep in mind, Black family, I've been in every state in the West: New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, Oregon, Washington, California, and of course Nevada. And then they even crossed the great state of Texas, down there with Governor Rolaids.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Governor Rolaids.
Okay. The whole went overwhelming for Trump.
Mm-hmm. And then the slave state where my ancestors slaved at, Alabama.
Oh, they 64% Shabaka for the dump.
Segregation yesterday, segregation today, and segregation tomorrow. No frog face. Mm-hmm.
I think they was right behind Idaho.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Idaho is the potato state. Be careful going through Idaho, Black family. You could do up to 80 miles an hour on the highways up there, but give them 75.
Yeah, it's the potato state. It's the racist Klan state, too.
Yeah, it's all that. And if I'm not mistaken, traveling through there one night, Brother Che, I was tired as hell, but I'm not sure, but I think I did see a cross burning in the distance off the highway of which I was traveling.
Well, Shabaka, that's where punk ass Zimmerman tried to. I think he's hiding there. As a matter of fact, it's a whole bunch of
Zimmerman and Mark Furman.
Yep, and it's more where that came from, Shabaka. That's high now.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And in the good old state of Montana.
The Big Sky State. It's beautiful. And for all you indigenous sympathizers, don't be black going up there on the reservation talking to the Sioux.
No, dude.
I already made the mistake for you.
No, you was talking a $5 Indian, Shabaka, but that's a whole nother story. Let's see.
Mm-hmm. And then, of course, and you saw my live feed that I did from the Little Big Horton, didn't you, Brother Che?
You talking about the one you don't?
When I paid homage to Tatanka, paid homage to Tatanka.
Yeah, you talking about
referred to as Sitting Bull. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and I got to find the damn microchip, man, that is on, because when I flip phones, man, I lost the damn SIMS card, you know?
And you have an SD card or the SIM card, because the SIM card is mainly for, like, the numbers and shit. The SD
then the SD card is like for your
all your
photos.
Yeah, all your photos, all your media.
Mm-hmm. Then I probably have to go back through my timeline on Facebook, man, to find it.
Yeah, to that year.
Mm-hmm.
A month in time.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's 59 degrees and clear out here in Sin City tonight.
3
cars is racing up and down the strip.
It's 33 degrees in Denver or Aurora right now.
Boy, y'all too cool for me.
Yeah, it just snowed. It was snowing this morning. You can't even
give me some sun.
That shit done melted now. You can't even see no.
We are children of the sun. I got to have the sun. And one time it was snowing in Colorado and I fell in the damn snow.
You got caught in it. Now you know. Don't come in March. Don't come in March. Don't come in April. Definitely don't come in February. Don't come in January. Maybe December if you're lucky. Yeah.
No, I would have to say late May, all of June, July, August, September.
Late May. But, I mean, it has snowed on occasion, very rarely, but it has happened. The first week of June. But no, I think you good after Easter time. After Easter,
yeah.
Good.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it is almost Bunny Rabbit Day. I think Bunny Rabbit Day is tomorrow, ain't it?
Maybe. No, it would fall on a Sunday, right?
Yeah.
On Sunday.
Yeah.
I think it's this coming Sunday.
Which would be tomorrow.
Oh shit, you're right. But it's not that though. Because
then it'll be next Sunday.
No, Shabaka. It's after Passover and Good Friday.
Okay. So when is Good Friday?
Good Friday is 2 Fridays from now.
Then Bunny Rabbit Day is 2 days after that.
So the 20th, Shabaka. So you jumped the gun a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's near Mad Dr. D's birthday.
That's also on Hitler's birthday.
What?
420. It's Weed Day, Hitler Day, and apparently Easter this year.
Oh, okay.
So this is going to be the highest, most racist damn 420. So keep your power.
Oh, yeah, keep your power tools with you. And then for 420, for those of you up in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'm sure Jay Militant already know they're going to have the world's largest smoke out over there in Golden Gate Park.
Yep. Yeah, I heard all about it the last time I was in San Francisco.
All right. And then keep in mind is that Jack Johnson, the former heavyweight champ, used to speed through Golden Gate Park because he used to like to race when cars first came out.
And they used to give Shabak, you got to tell the whole story. So what they used to do,
and
they used to stop him for speeding.
And give him a ticket. Yeah.
But how much was the ticket, Shabak? Tell me how much.
Probably about $5 at that time.
No, Shabak. The ticket was like $500.
And
he'd give them, the story go, he'd give them $1,000.
Oh yeah, because he's gonna be speeding again on the way back.
Exactly, Shabaki. Shout out to the three hidden colors, because I think it was Kaba. Is it a Kaba or Dick Gregory said he was speeding? I think it was Kaba. He was like, he'd be speeding on his way back. And he loved the race.
Yeah.
He loved them K Beckies. He'd keep them a K Becky. That's why they'll stop him. And then he's the reason why there's the Mann Act, what they charge Diddy and others with, other black men with the Mann Act. Because you take white women across state lines doing abominable acts to them.
Yeah, immoral purposes.
Having sexual access to them. So we got to pass a law for that. That's
right. But at the same token, the raping, slave trading pedophile, he'll go up there and violate black women.
Yep. With no hesitation, Shabaka.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just so he produce a slave to ship up north. It's a cold game. It still remains. It's just been updated. But it's still going on.
But this is why we created the hashtag called Resurrection of the Mental Dead. And also, too, we got a group on Facebook called Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
Yep. We sure do. I don't know what Facebook is. I ain't been on Facebook since the last selection. They completely shadow banned me and Lady Che.
Well, we gotta haul their asses into the San Mateo County courts, man, for interfering with your First Amendment right. But then again, at the same token, we don't have rights in this country. The only rights we got in this country is to get killed and go to jail.
Yeah, now, Initially, it was to build this motherfucker up. We built this motherfucker from scratch. FBA, not diasporic Africans. FBA, who amalgamated with the already black indigenous people that were already here prior to the transatlantic slave trade, and became their own ethnic group, their own ethnic culture.
And we believe, and my family, Brother Che, we believe that our point of entry was either Charleston or New Orleans.
Okay, either way, Shabaki, that point of entry, when they entered in, it was black indigenous, especially in the Southeast.
Well,
they
sir,
wanted to think all of them look like
we got
Sitting Bull, whatever. Those are the Plains Indians. There's different kind of Indians. Just like there's different kind of blacks. There's like there's different kind of Africans. There's different kind of Indians or Native Americans. So
and we did get the hit. And Brother Che on Ancestry.com, we did get the hit from Nigeria and the Cameroon.
Everybody been getting a hit. And you know what else? That 23andMe, they is on the verge of bankruptcy. They already filed bankruptcy. So it's incredible. You spitting or whatever the fuck into a tube and sending it into them, and then they say you can opt into getting it deleted. But you really think they're deleting your DNA? Hell no.
Hell no. That shit is going straight to the goddamn police departments. And they did have a woman who was about 5 years ago, I think when we was with Mile High, is that they had a woman that was framing black men suspects with the DNA.
Shabaka, we just did a story a few weeks back about the sister that was suing the city of Detroit for false facial recognition.
Oh yeah, you see, that's that AI bullshit. It's dangerous. And guess what they're getting ready to have here, man, in Las Vegas in about 3 years? That's on the final stages of the drawing board. When you go into the restaurants, you're not going to have a bona fide waiter.
Oh
they're going to have a robot.
Oh, hell no, Shabaka. It's going to be like the jet in Vegas.
No, dog, is that me and the homie went to lunch one time last year out here, man, and we in a restaurant, right?
Yeah.
It was a damn robot that came and brought us the damn food. And I told the robot, man, we ain't got no tip for you.
Oh, hell no, cuz that's crazy. A robot came up to you.
A fucking robot. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's like Rosie.
A robot.
Remember Rosie from the Jetsons?
Yeah.
Just like that.
Mm-hmm.
Hell.
And then you got to keep in mind, and I don't know if these people in Hollywood got a gift. I don't know, man, if they got access to certain information. But when you look at a movie like The Terminator that was made in 1984, what's that? That's 41 fucking years ago.
Yep.
What year did The Terminator come from, man, to go after Sarah Connor?
Between
2025
and 2035.
Yeah.
So we in that, and I've been saying that since we started the show. I said we're in Terminator time. We're going into Terminator time. I was even saying that
sir.
When we're going into Terminator time. This is Terminator.
Yes, sir.
It's Terminator and RoboCop. It's straight up in that time.
And iRobot.
Yeah, and iRobot. Yeah. All of it. About to go on a Mad Max Water World in this piece. So those movies from the 80s was trying to tell us something, Shabaka.
Yeah, they did. And I'm not going to use the word prophecy, but let's just say that somebody had a very, very intuitive imagination and perception of the future.
I wonder where they got that inspiration from.
Hey, you know.
All right, so moving along, we got Ben Mushmouth Crump thinks that
Black got the ambulance chaser. What's up with the ambulance chaser?
He thinks that we are ignorant by telling on himself during the interview. So it's gonna be Demetria again, giving us the update on this. Shout out to Sister Demetria K. I've been on her show once or twice. Yeah, about once.
Well, I appreciate if she'll send me an invitation.
She doesn't work. It don't work like that, Shabaka. You just got to be there at the right time to get the link on the chat, because they don't always drop links on the chats. Because you do that type of shit, you get a bunch of trolls and mugs just on some weird shit. But
well, I've had my share of trolls.
You know
what I mean? That you witnessed on when we was on Blog Talk.
But these are
they call me all kind of niggas and what have you.
Shabaka, it's different because you can actually see the people on here. You just hear them on Blog Talk, but you can actually see them on here. So it adds a whole nother dynamic to the fuckery. So, like I said, she's going to give us an update on this.
Okay.
I hate to say it, but attorney Benjamin Crump and his homies really take black people to be suckers. I want y'all to watch this video that he posted on his Twitter page. Check it out.
Will have an impact on all the other people who were greater beneficiaries because of diversity, equity, inclusion programs like white women, like Hispanic men and women, like Asian men and women. When you look at who benefited the most from DEI initiatives, black people were last on the list.
And just
man, we've been saying that.
I want to reiterate what he posted on his page. Diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were born out of the civil rights movement to ensure fairness in workplaces, schools, and beyond. They've benefited white women, Latinos, Asians, and many more. One of the last on the list, Black people who benefits when DEI is dismantled. Sir, do you hear what you actually said? You actually told the truth, but before that, you was running around with Al Sharpton and Jamal Bryant and all the rest of those charlatans telling Black people we need to be boycotting Target and all the other corporations because they got rid of their DEI programs. And there you are, not once but twice, admitted that it didn't even really help Black people. It helped white women the most and everybody else. We're last on the list. But you're running around with all of their other people wanting Black people to do the most, even though we get the least. And again, boycotting these corporations because they're getting rid of DEI is helping white women. It's not helping us.
Right.
But that's why I said he take Black people for suckers, because he think that Black people aren't going to pay attention. And he's probably right to some degree. I ain't talking about y'all, I'm talking about them. Because a lot of Black people just like to be led, right? I just say, where are we going? Nah, sir. Let us know what we gonna do. We don't care where we're going and what we're doing. You just want to be led, but you don't even stop to say, okay, sir, why are we boycotting Target? You mean to tell me it helps white women more, but not us? So why are we getting it? Y'all don't even stop to do that. But there he is, very bold and unashamed, telling you, well, yeah, Black people are actually last on the list. It's actually helping white women more. But yeah, he ain't even going to touch on. He was telling you, along with Al Sharpton and Jamal Bryant and the rest of them, come on, lace your boots up and let's go stick at the Target.
Yeah, that's stupid shit.
He ain't even going to talk about that. So what we're noticing is a lot of these charlatans that were telling you to do that, they ain't even really talking about that much anymore. You know why? Because it's people like us in New Black Media. It's people like you that are watching this video that say, wait a minute, I'm not going to get excited about helping white women get more of what they already have. So now they're trying to spin it around and jump on the bandwagon and say, Black people, why are we mad? It's really going to help white women more. Knock it off. See, they see that a lot of y'all are starting to wake up, actually, and so they don't want to be, on the back end of catching the backlash for misleading Black people. So y'all pay attention to what they're saying now. They flip-flopping all over the place. And for what? Anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show.
Subscribe to Frontline Black News. Lisa Cabrera.
Ben Crump, Mushmouth Crump, ambulance chaser.
Well, just like what the sister was just saying, everything she said is right. But you and I, and here at Frontline Black News, we've been knowing that clown was all about that, man, for the last 3 years. You see?
Yep. Right there.
We've been knowing that about it.
But they don't believe it until they say it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
We've been saying this shit for at least 5 years.
Exactly. 10 years all combined, minimum.
Yeah, but they didn't issue that DEI shit until George Floyd time, Shabaki. That's some new. Because before that, it was affirmative action. And affirmative action go all the way back to you already know.
Yeah, and then look at the Blacc decision too. So I'm telling our listeners out there too that you could Google Alan Blacc and look at Alan Blacc, and then another keyword in there would be the University of California at Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And Davis is a small suburb city about 60 miles outside of Sacramento, if memory serves me correct.
Yep. That is correct, Shabaki. All right, so Lisa's gonna give us an update on the dump. Oh, so that's all you have to say about Ben Crump?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, the hell with him and anything he is promoting. And if the family get him, I'm looking at them super sideways. Like, are they on some forgive type shit? Like, Are they going to actually acknowledge this as a victim of racism, white supremacy, or is they just going to turn the other cheek with the situation?
Again.
Again. So they can get slapped again. All
right.
Yeah. So moving along, the dump, as in human shit. And we want to make this purposely clear. Tariffs will raise prices on clothes, cars, and coffee.
Once again, don't buy the shit.
So Lisa gonna give us an update on that. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
Are going to be immediately noticed way higher on clothes, cars. After Donald Trump's worldwide tariffs, they said the prices are going to be immediately noticed way higher on clothes, cars, and coffee. You know, they're going to attack anything that most people use all the time. We know how it works. So Trump's tariff price hikes could start with clothes, cars, and coffee. So
hit the wholesale markets.
Here is where Americans will see higher prices first. So Americans will bear the brunt of President Donald Trump's newest tariffs, with price increases kicking in almost immediately on cars, clothing, electronics, and other everyday goods. These tariffs are going to raise the prices for American people in a way that directly affects their everyday lives. I believe that. For consumers, this will be the biggest tax increase they faced in 50 years in the form of price increases. Economists say universal tariffs will lead to higher costs for virtually everything Americans buy. Wow. There is a chart here. Let me see if I can show you this chart. Okay, you see the country, the tariff rate in the middle, and then the value of imports. And this is based on 2024 in the US. Lesotho, 50%. That is outrageous. And if you just look down the list, you see countries from all over the globe on here. And like I said, in the center, you see the tariff rates. This is crazy, y'all. But this is what Donald Trump has done. And this is
buy
the
it.
reason why the market is slumping right now. And it's going to continue to get worse. Just be prepared to see higher prices everywhere you go. It's going to be on virtually everything you see on a regular basis. Nothing is going to be spared out here at all. Okay, y'all. So here are some of the higher prices you will notice on certain items around the country. Most of the fruits and vegetables at U.S. supermarkets, they come from Mexico and Canada. And shelf-stable items such as sugar, coffee, rice, prepared soups, nuts are likely to be among the first to see price increases at the grocery store. Each year, for example, 95% of the olive oil consumed in the U.S. is imported, with much of it coming from Italy, Spain, Tunisia, and Turkey. The steepest price increases could begin with American morning coffee, almost all of which comes from overseas. So they're talking about Colombia, Costa Rica, Papua New Guinea. You know, that's where a lot of your coffees come from. Once tariff hit, we'll feel it immediately, literally the next day. So you're not going to have to wait long to see it. The next day, you should notice virtually everything is increased. Tariffs will directly impact coffee prices, and if they remain in place, those costs will permanently be baked into the price consumers will pay.
Wow.
Don't buy it.
You have to buy it, though.
Don't buy it.
Don't buy it.
So cashews,
stuff that people actually need.
Another product that comes from India and Brazil. You'll notice a big increase on those items as well, a 25% increase.
Oh my God.
So, you know, a lot of people are in fear of this because they were barely getting by. And I showed y'all some of the videos of people saying, you know, both husband and wife are working, they're making six figures, and they still can't make it. Well, it's about to get far worse. I'm afraid we all got to be prepared. You know, we all eat. Many people will continue to have to go to the supermarket and any places that sell food. What are you going to do without food? So, and they know what exactly to attack. They know.
Well, that's what they're doing for sale.
All right. So even U.S. made products, which include a line of veggies based on veggie-based cheese made with American-grown ingredients, are facing the same issue of price hikes. Vegetable farmers, they are saying like the carrots, the parsnips, the bell peppers will be going up. International or domestic, the food industry is facing a lot of challenges. Even if you're making products here, things like fuel suddenly cost more. And if our delivery trucks break down, it's going to be more expensive to repair them. So that affects all of us.
Yep, I agree, Sebastian.
Clothes and shoes. One of the biggest immediate impacts appear to be shoes and the clothing industry, which analysts say was blindsided by the hefty tariffs of 46% on goods from Vietnam and 37% of imports from Bangladesh. Top retailers like Nike had in recent years shift productions away from China towards Vietnam and Bangladesh to avoid tariffs. Yeah, so they made that move and ended up with 46% and 37% tariffs anyway. Clothes sold by fast fashion retailers like H&M and Gap will also see heavily affected prices, as well as clothing sold by Amazon, Target, and Walmart. So all of those retailers are saying everything's going to be more expensive. I saw Target, Walmart, and Amazon stocks were all in the red. Tesla too, but Tesla has been living in the red.
What are you gonna do if you don't?
So, in addition, the Trump administration is closing a loophole that had allowed Chinese companies like Shein and Temu to sidestep tariffs on packages with less than $800 worth of products. Well, Donald Trump took that exception rule away. So under the new rules, those shipments from China will face tariffs of 30% of their value
or $25 per item. So you're not even going to get a break if you use Temu or Shein. Those additional measures come on top of an already steep tax on imports of apparel, especially on women's items. Last year, almost all 97% of clothing sold in the U.S. came from overseas. To be clear, tariffs are tax borne by the American companies that import the goods and the hardworking American families that buy those goods. Steve Lamar, president of the American Apparel and Footwear Association, this is what they said. The average tariff on clothes, shoes, and accessories, necessities everyday Americans must buy, was already more than 5 times higher than on other U.S. imports. Cars. Car dealerships generally have a month or two worth of vehicles in stock. They said to expect the prices to jump up significantly. Now, I was reading, and I said this in my live stream, they are saying that prices can jump up on each car as high as $15,000 on top of what it costs now. That is like outrageous. Popular family brands such as Toyota, Honda, and Subaru, which have particularly lean inventory levels, are likely to be hit first. So y'all, no matter how you look at it, this is just awful. This is awful. It really, truly is.
Don't buy the shit.
So
have no choice
they said prices will vary, but the
markup
can go as high as
you gotta eat, you gotta bathe, you gotta clothe yourself. Like, if you keep saying don't buy it, then what's the
but what it is though, brother Che, like what you're doing with the community garden, need more of those.
Yeah, but in one community garden you have to do a whole apartment building.
Right, we have to do the food bank in addition.
And much more.
Yeah.
Like, you have to have a food bank.
Well, now see, this is where innovation and creativity comes in at.
I mean, think about it. If there's 12 plots to a garden, each garden is growing something different, right? Or each plot is growing something different. You have to be able to feed the dahlia with just the garden.
No, but they got they got 2 community gardens, because there's another one on the other side that the health center has.
Oh, the health center.
And they got they got the greenhouse too.
That's the only one though. There's like 5 little apartments right there.
You got the Liggins and you got the Dahlia, and then you got the projects. The red bricks.
Thinking over there past the bus stop.
Yeah, that's the projects.
The little bus stop. You get on the 43 to go to your house. Or 38 or whatever it is. To go to your house. It takes that little roundabout.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the Liggins and the Dahlia. That's where the Zion Senior Center is. All right, Shabaka, I'm gonna let the clip continue.
It's $15,000. So you may see one car brand, let's say for example, they may go up 6,000. Another car brand may go up 10,000, and some can go as high as $15,000.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
Don't buy it.
And forget about SUVs.
Are you gonna buy?
And I was also reading, it doesn't even matter. The used car industry, everything is going up with them too. You know, auto part.
The minimal.
Right. Like Chewbacca is just
Get your vehicles from the police auctions.
okay. That's cars. Now, what you gonna do about the clothes?
What you gonna do about feeding and
Okay, go to the Goodwill to get the clothes.
You think
Go to Army surplus stores to get the clothes.
You think any of those spots is gonna be safe?
What about bathing and feeding yourself? Like, you know, and then going to the restroom. Think about it like that, because everything's gonna be affected. I went and I saw a pack of toilet paper, 4-pack, just, you know, not single ply, 2-ply, and that motherfucker is like $6, $7 for a pack of 4-pack. You know what I mean?
Now imagine that being $16.
Right. So like you better not have a lot of cakes back there. we fucked. The girls is fucked. Not to mention they talking about all our products, like feminine hygiene products is about to skyrocket again. They don't matter, but it matters to us. You know what I mean? We look at that shit. We look at cost, and we like, oh yeah, no, this is about to rock these. You dig? So nobody's talking about it out loud, but that's the reality of it. We're walking down the aisles, price checking and shit, looking at stuff and wondering how bad it's gonna be for that little.
If it's not all locked up.
No, it's not locked up. It's not locked up. It's just the price is high. You know what I mean?
I'm saying when you go around looking for stuff, like at the Walmart by my house, everything is locked up.
Well, yeah, because you know there's motherfuckers like me that like to steal.
Yeah.
But
yeah, particularly the men's grooming stuff, brother Che, like the cologne, the razor blades.
Just about all the personal hygiene is locked
right, like,
up.
Yeah, the hair trimmers.
Something I really want there, right? For the Walmart by Jesse's house, it's called a milk bath, right? And it's by St. Ives, right?
Yeah.
And they have really like two brands. They got like a white ivory or something like that, and then they got like a lilac. Okay, I want the lilac. Well, that motherfucker by Jesse's house. Last time I checked, it was like $11. And yeah, it may last a long time, like not really a long time. Because I man, until I got sick, I really like taking baths. So you would never catch me taking a shower. I'd always be taking a bath or something like that. Mm-hmm. I just like taking baths.
Yeah.
But now, like I couldn't do that. That's mentioned, like I said, all for like what Lisa Cabrera just said. On lady products and stuff is about to go up. That means it goes up on everything. If it goes up on your personal hygiene products, then it goes up on hair products. So I just can't be rocking it all like with dry hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lotion, like you only go so long until it starts to get on your nerves. You know what I mean? Anything private or private stuff that we were talking about out loud. You know that kind of stuff is gonna get costlier. It's gonna go up. Then why do you think what was who did that? Leslie.
Yeah.
Where she brought the money down for personal hygiene products.
Yeah, or she put a tax or something.
She put a cut on it, a cup or something on it. Cap.
Yeah, cap. Yeah.
Okay, so like in our state, the lady that Jesse was running against, Trump-Musk,
yeah,
put a cap to how much feminine hygiene products can cost, and that they should be allowed to get them in jail and school and shit for free or something like that. So can you imagine? Can you imagine that's like a thing? It is a real thing, and we're like, I don't talk about it out loud, and shit, but it's a real thing. Every month, bitches are in the aisles looking at like I don't know, man, $13.99. You dig?
Mm.
So yeah, we're about to have a problem. Not to mention birth control. Everything's about to go up, dude. Everything's about to go up. It hasn't already started hiking up.
All right, I still got like 5 more minutes left of this.
It's everything. And I noticed Apple was in the red all day. So Apple phones, nearly all are made in China, paid no import tariffs. Well, that is changing now. So the company is facing a tariff of 54% on Chinese imported iPhones. That could add roughly $250 more to the cost of an iPhone. Thank goodness, y'all. I got my new upgraded iPhone back in December. So I'm glad I dodged a bullet on this one. I just upgraded mine back in December. $250 more. So if the iPhone is right now $1,000, it's going to be $250 on top of the $1,000.
Don't buy it and watch how fast the price drop.
Many other home electronics, including TVs, computers, smartwatches, and video game consoles, are also largely imported from China and other countries in Asia that were hit by the White House announcement Wednesday. Consumers are likely to pay more for these products in the coming months. So it's unclear what the increases are so far for those items. So, of course, Trump's tariffs are sweeping the globes, but many of these countries are retaliating by making their own tariffs against the U.S. And that has already started. So,
I know.
So they're estimating current retail inventories of consumer electronics in the U.S. could last for 3 to 4 months. That means tariffs would start to increase prices. People pay for those products around the summer. So you will be able to buy electronics. They're already higher, but it's going to really go through the roof by the time summer gets here.
Oh my God.
And people are going to also notice this year the back to school shopping season and the holiday seasons, how the prices will be significantly higher. Y'all, I wish I could bring you good news, but there is none when it comes down to what's going on here. I think Donald Trump has literally put a lot of people that were a step away from homelessness, they are sure to be homeless now. And, you know, because of the high tariffs, I also saw some stories on companies are doing big layoffs because they got to pay these tariffs. So they're now doing big layoffs to offset the amount of money they got to pay into these tariffs. So y'all get ready to hear about a lot of people losing their jobs over the coming months. It's already started. I saw some companies today saying they have to do this because of these big tariffs Donald Trump has imposed. So don't think it's just your federal worker losing their jobs. It's a lot of people out here in the private sector that are going to be hit just as bad or even worse. But please tell me what you think about this video. And, you know, I have also, you know, because I'm a small business owner, I have been looking at higher prices for my supplies now for the last several months. And I have tried very hard not to increase the prices for my products. And we'll just see. I'm just going to have to play it by ear, y'all. You know, If it gets to be too much, I will have to increase my prices as well. So they're even telling you if you buy American, the prices are still going to be higher for even buying American products.
No, you got to buy
American-made
Blacc,
products is what I'm saying.
No, we got the capabilities and the intellectual capacity to produce this shit for ourselves.
I'm not looking forward to this stuff.
Well, that's a whole nother conversation, Shabaka. We should already doing that, but
that's all.
Oh, I agree.
Like that's the thing. And now we got to put all that talking we've been doing for all these years into like actual motion, because we don't, even if we're watching, sitting back watching, nobody's really making well, some of us are actually making moves to be able to get through it. Like, for example, Jesse lives in his old place.
Oh, cuz in the building, my bad, cuz. What's cracking?
Hey, Jay Middleton, what's up with you, man?
We don't stop by after he went on. I've been telling people about these tariffs, but they're acting like it's going to work. Ron Paul blasted.
No, you're right about that, Jay Middleton, about Rand Paul. Yep.
I was just checking out the comments. Plus, it's going to add to the debt. Go ahead, Lady Che.
Like I'm saying, Jesse lives in his own house. I live in my house. So in my house, I have stuff already started to get prepared for just in case. You know what I mean? And like this will be like the last month that I have to where I can properly go and get the staples. Staples are like coffee, soap, toilet paper, tobacco, things like that. You know what I mean? Stuff that if in case worse comes to worse, I can trade on or whatever. People are gonna need that shit. Sugar, stuff like that. Water. Like I've been looking at these 50 gallon or 5 gallon. Well, the big blue ones, what's it called? Good shit.
Yeah, the 5 gallon.
Yeah, those drums for water. I've been looking at that and everything because it's really important. I just have me and my brother. Like, I'm prepared. I also set up myself to have a little way to get a bug out bag with another good ass sleeping bag inside that has tent in there, and all the little all the shit that I need, like a little shovel, motherfucking lighter, just in case, a whole bunch of shit, ropes, links, things like that, because you just never know. You never know, and if anything, homeless people are going to be the best at survival.
Yep. Versus
everybody coming into come from housing. And I said that long fucking time ago.
Yep.
But y'all, everybody needs to stop treating homeless people like that shit. The homeless people are going to be the best ones at learning how to fucking survive, how to make a camp, how to fucking keep each other warm, how to feed each other. We're gonna make the best survivalists. Because we're paying attention. Just saying. But oh man, this.
Yep. All right, thank you for that, Lady Che. What are your thoughts, Shabaka?
Okay, what it is that we gotta build up our own industries and don't buy this bullshit is because they will have no choice, okay, but to have liquid what do they call that? Inventory liquidation sales.
Shabaka, you keep saying don't buy it, but what's the alternative?
But it's too late to build up.
Okay, the alternative is you got to sit there and you got to weigh them out. Then hopefully, now this is a big hope, with them having all these protests across the country against the dump, as in human shit, hopefully it will pick up the momentum to start the impeachment proceedings on his ass.
Yeah, but that's a hypothetical, Shabaka. He's already been impeached. That didn't do nothing the last time he was impeached. So
okay, but okay, you're right. Okay,
if you don't spend at Walmart, if you don't spend at Target, if you don't spend at whatever department gas station food chain,
right,
department store chain, retail chain. Where do we go to buy the product that we need?
Okay, have to get innovative.
I mean, really, Shabaka, like, think about it. The nearest Walmart to me is by Justice House.
Yep.
And or another 10 miles in another direction. Okay, and it really bothers me, right? So the nearest King Supers
it's over here.
It's like another. It's the same. They 10 miles maybe. Let's be generous. I don't know the mileage, but
no, I ain't no 10 miles.
I don't know the mileage. It feels like 10 miles.
It's like a mile, maybe 2 miles away.
Like 2 miles away. All right, whatever Jesse said. I don't really give a fuck. It's far, okay? And the same thing applies on his side. I'm right in the middle of a fucking food desert. And then to know that they will tax us, the ones that are furthest away, more, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's your tax. It's too late to build infrastructure for all this. Like all this talking and shit that everybody was doing, nobody put it into action. You know what I mean? Nobody really put it into action. The ones that have gardens are people that are able to grow food in their backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Are people that had houses before they were fucking gentrified out. Okay? Now we have to live with whatever is under racism, white supremacy, and the government, and what they want. You know what I mean? Like I'm at the point right now where I can lose my apartment tomorrow. And I remember, you keep in mind, brother, I said it a long time ago. I said we can all lose all this.
Mm-hmm.
They can take it back anytime they want to.
Yep.
And now look, you know what I mean? Like a motherfucker gets out of the hospital and this is what I'm faced with. Right? And when the motherfucker don't do shit to nobody. This is what you're faced with, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now what? So I gotta make the best out of it. Try to come up with a plan and then the ultimate scenario. The worst case scenario. And the worst case scenario is start scoping out where to live on the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
You think? Because all these shelters now, because of the migrant influx too.
They're not taking. They're not doing intakes. No.
They're not doing intakes.
No.
And they put caps on everything. They put limits on everything for now, right? But it was already fucked.
If you didn't even attempt to try to take advantage of the services when you had the chance, them days are over.
Yeah, but wait. The worst part is they didn't really have these services available for people like me and Jesse. As it was. It was a struggle for people like me and Jesse to get into a regular shelter.
Yep.
Okay? So you only got the men got a couple more. The women only got one downtown.
Yeah.
So, and think like for the one downtown, I got booted out and asked not to return. Okay? So, but either way, there's not one here in Aurora.
Well, Comitis, there's only one.
If there is, that's not enough.
Hell no.
It's not enough.
Not for a city of 300,000 plus
Make
people.
It makes sense. You have more nonprofits housing and doing all this extra shit for illegal migrants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Than you do
for actual citizens.
For
So many voters are mad. Well, we tried to warn y'all, but a hard head makes a soft ass. Yep.
Yeah, like that's why I like this.
Yeah, you right about that, Jay Militant.
The voting is like you.
Okay. Now on that there, what we would have to do, Jay, is gonna have to wait, man, for at least 2 years. Okay. Now, what's going to happen is.
Why am I here, Chris?
Hold on, Shabaka. The Republicans are not impeaching their president.
Not all of them are.
All that protesting people are doing today is a waste.
Impeachment is
It's not affecting anything while the Republicans hold control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing's gonna happen though. So they impeach him all day, 15 times a day, and nothing's gonna fucking happen.
Well, see, Lady Che, that's why we got what they call recalls. And I think depending on which state you live in, depending on
that's for. I don't
I
think you can recall the president. You can recall just about every other.
I'm not saying no, Brother Che. I'm not saying recall the president. I'm talking about recalling the members of Congress who do not impeach his ass.
Tabaka, we can't do any of that until 2026.
None of it matters.
Gotta deal with this for at least a year.
Right? It doesn't even matter. None of it matters. Nobody's getting anything. Nobody's going to get in trouble for nothing. None of it matters. He's going to be the little guy with the black book just signing his name on it. That's all it is. Now, each of them things got like a 1 to 6 month period. Each of them executive orders got 1 to 6 months. Okay, you know what I mean? Can I hit that? Please. 1 to 6 month period before they could get approved by the Supreme Court, right?
Yes, in the Congress.
Mm-hmm.
But he has a full mandate, so we can pass whatever the hell you want to pass until 2026.
Right. So right now,
the end of 2026.
And ultimately, Fanny, this is like not really as bad as it's about to. Like, and we should again. What the fuck is this going outside protesting for?
Well, we gonna get to that next.
Right. So I think that right now, I honestly believe right now, if you haven't been stocking your fucking pantry, you're dumb. You need to be stocking your fucking pantry. You need to get real clean, good ass water, because that take us off the board any means.
Remember they had that disaster fair, and we kept trying to figure out what the fuck was that all about. Now I can see why.
Right. That's why like the bug out bags and shit are so important that you need one for each family member. And keep your still had ready, you know what I mean?
Right, keep your power tools.
Power tools. You never know. I could blow some trash away.
Right. Or some obstacle that needs to be.
Right. Real shit though, seriously, family. Like everything has to be, you just gotta keep it all together in one fucking thing. Because worst case scenario, all you have is a chance to get your documents that says who you is.
Mm-hmm.
And a fucking and your little bag with your sleeping bag and all that other shit.
Mm-hmm.
Just got a sleeping bag trench coat.
Yeah, I sure do.
You know what I mean? Like
me and Mad Dog, we both got the same one.
Seriously, stupid jealous of that, dude. He can just roll his shit back. He can slip in his coat if he watches that before.
Yeah.
But for someone like me who's sick, like right now, I think I got about 2 weeks worth of supplies.
He said the Democrats.
Well,
because said the Democrats, it's the oxygen machine. There's nothing else generating heat in here.
I feel like you're throwing up right now.
The Democrats would have to take back control of the Congress, House, Senate, and then they could get rid of them. Yeah.
The Democrats are dead in the water.
Yeah, that's true, Jay Militant.
They're dead in the water.
They wouldn't be able to do that at least until 2026.
And they'd have to be a serious come up.
The end of 2026.
Like, first of all, they disrespected. If anybody's even thinking about putting the Democrats back in office,
you got to be smoking all kinds of blues.
Base rocks.
Like, you smoking straight up blues.
All the shit they're doing right now is political performance. It's fucking political theater.
Yep.
At the end of the water, we killed them.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think they're gonna come back from that? You know what I mean? We successfully burned that shit to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're gonna be, oh come on, Democrats, let's do this one little thing, 2 little things. No, man, they're dead in the water.
Right. Because remember, because remember, this is what they told us. This is what they told us.
That. So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No, because
man, like you don't even need to play that no more.
Yes, I do. Because Sabaka had alluded to it earlier. I meant to play it then. But yeah, they already told us they ain't gonna do shit for us. So
that's true. They did say that.
Yeah.
And so don't think they're gonna do it now. They ain't gonna do it now. They're not gonna do it now, Gavin Newsom. No, they ain't gonna do it now. That motherfucker's all about symbolism. Everybody's about symbolic, passive shit for the Black man and Black woman. Whatever's gonna keep us calm. They ain't paying attention. They still ain't paying attention.
Yeah, but they're about to get a rude awakening. So moving along, because we definitely pressed for time now. We got stupid ass protests. The hands off protests erupt against the dump in Musk nationwide.
Mm-hmm.
So
Ladies and gentlemen, just going to go over some highlights of the march today, and it was massive. The ones I saw like live, because I was looking at the live stream of it from New York. There was a stream in Chicago, Washington, D.C. So it was several locations that you could watch it from. I saw one from Atlanta. And it was a lot of people out there. A lot. And, you know, this is a shot that was taken in Boston. And as you can see, it really wasn't that many of our people out there. I did see probably the most I saw of our people was in New York. When they showed New York's march, I saw, quite a few melanated people out there. DC, there were some, but when you looked at other locations like Boston, it really wasn't. You really had to look hard to find our people in the crowd. It was so few. So I'm going to show you a quick video clip out of Boston, and I'll be right back with the rest of my commentary.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. I'm Tiffany Chan with our top stories. Thousands of people are on the Boston Common for a hands-off protest. It's a rally happening in cities across the country today. WBZ's Paul Burton has their message.
Well, thousands are gathered here today on the Boston Common, what is being called as hands-off protests. These are protests that are taking place across the country, including right here on the Boston Common. This is a national day of action. Organizers say they're here to protest President Donald Trump and billionaire Elon Musk and their agenda to cut what they call essential services. They say they want to take their hands off when it comes to healthcare, civil rights, education, and immigration. I'm here with Susan Labandabar, who's with the Swing Blue Alliance. Susan, give me a sense of what your mission here is today and why it was important for you to be here.
Well, we're here because we work to swing elections in red states and purple states, and we recognize that this rally brings all of us together. It really doesn't matter what your issue is. We're all under attack. So we wanted to make sure that this rally represented everyone. People of every color, people of every religion.
Yes, please.
People of every work life. This is something that affects all of us. So we wanted to make sure we were here.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Quite a lineup of speakers, including Senator Ed Markey, Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley, and Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll, and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu. And we will cover this protest from start to finish. In Boston, I'm Paul Burton, WBZ News.
Okay, so as you can see, this was the hands-off march that took place in all 50 states. And this was against what Donald Trump and Elon Musk was doing, gutting the federal government, doing away with civil rights, doing away with trying to go after Social Security, firing people in all these federal jobs. So it was a lot of grievances out here. And I was listening to some of the speakers. So, I mean, they had some politicians, some people from organizations, the Washington, D.C. location had quite a few speakers, and they even had Al Green come out and speak as well. So now I was listening to Mary Trump, Donald Trump's niece, and she was saying he was well aware of this march, and he could care less, and said he was moving forward with his plans and he didn't care what these people were protesting about. Well, I think when people start voting these Republicans out, he'll start caring then. And I heard he's very upset with Elon. He put a lot of money out for Wisconsin, that Supreme Court opening that was there, and a Democrat won. And I heard Donald Trump was not too happy with Elon about that. So protesters came out nationwide against Donald Trump and Elon, hands off, rallies across the U.S. So crowds gathered, and these were angry crowds at President Donald Trump, and they're upset with the way he's running the country. And, you know, it was a pretty big day of demonstration in the country. And the hands-off demonstration, they were organized with more than 1,200 locations in all 50 states by more than 150 different groups, including civil rights organizations, labor unions, LGBTQ, veterans, election activists. The rallies appeared peaceful with no immediate reports of arrest. I didn't even see a cop out there. Let me tell you, every single location I saw on live stream, and I saw several of them, I never saw one single police officer in any of the shots. So, you know, if we're not out there, they're not interested in being there. You know, they don't have anybody to beat up on and arrest and claim you're out there causing problems. So from the National Mall to Midtown Manhattan to Boston Common and multiple state capitals, thousands of protesters assailed Trump and billionaire Elon Musk actions on government downsizing, the economy, immigration, and human rights. In Seattle, in the shadow of the city iconic Space Needle, protester signs and slogans like "Fight the Oligarchy." Demonstrators voiced anger over the administration move to fire thousands of federal employees, close Social Security field offices, effectively shutter entire agencies, deport immigrants, scale back protections for, they were talking about transgender, and cut funding for health programs. So Musk, a Trump advisor who runs Tesla, SpaceX, and a social media platform X, has played a key role in the downsizing as the head of the newly created Department of Government Efficiency. There is nothing efficient about what Elon is doing. I don't even know why you call it that. He says he's saving taxpayers billions of dollars. Kelly Robinson, president of the Human Rights Campaign advocacy group, criticized the administration treatment. And there were members of the Democratic Party from Congress who also took the stage. And, you know, they talked about a variety of different things, you know, what was going on with the farmers. And, y'all, by the way, some of these farmers have already lost their farms because USAID, they had pretty big contracts with them. And being that they don't have those contracts, and USDA has cut back on their staff. And remember, Donald Trump also froze the money that they were going to get. And because they did not get those things, the contracts or the money from the government, they defaulted on their loans. And some of the farmers were like in the beginning stages. Many of them that have lost their farms. It's already happening. So Boston demonstrators brandished signs, hands off our democracy, hands off our Social Security. So ladies and gentlemen, there are people that are upset that Donald Trump has alienated all of the allies. And right now, and they're right about this, the U.S. is absolutely alone. Everybody has moved away. I heard Canada and Mexico are now in talks with the EU to do import exports with them. So what everybody is going to do, and they're already doing this, they're coming together and they're just completely going around the US. But I did see that Canada is already in talks, and Mexico, and they're just looking for other places to trade with, and the EU, so that's Europe. So they now feel that the U.S. is not dependable. They can't count on the U.S. And yes, there were demonstrations down there in Florida, and I actually saw some clippings also of Florida and Palm Beach. And there were people gathered there, and they were holding signs and chanting slogans against Donald Trump. And people are upset. With the size of the crowd that was out there, I would say a lot of people in this country are upset with Donald Trump and Elon Musk. I mean, that is no joke. We'll see where this goes, though. So the president went golfing as the stock market was crashing and the country was falling apart. He went golfing. He could care less. And he was out there with some dignitaries from Saudi Arabia. And I noticed Elon wasn't there. Usually, Elon is joint at the hip with Donald Trump. He wasn't there. So the nationwide demonstrations against Trump and Musk multiple times, they've already marched multiple times. That is very true. But the other protests were much smaller. This one was a lot bigger. So they said, they're going to keep marching and fighting, and they're never going to stop fighting against Donald Trump. So there were protesters, and yes, I did see the ones down there in Charlotte, North Carolina, and their biggest concern was Social Security, education, immigration, and women issues. So y'all, regardless of what side you were on, people were out there letting their voices be heard. And I heard Donald Trump is going back out on the golf course on Sunday. According to the White House, he's going to be out there golfing. He could care less about what's going on. And Mary Trump, I was listening to her, and she said he don't care at all.
Hey, Kahari.
He don't care about this. But see, I think he does. I mean, he's going to put on airs like he don't care. I don't think Donald Trump is one of these people that likes to be opposed. And yes, I believe it does bother him. And eventually it's going to show that it bothers him. But we shall see what happens in the coming weeks and what other demonstrations that will crop up around the country. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell. And I'll see you.
Thank you, Lisa. I was going to show a brief footage of what Denver's look like. For the most part, if it was mainly crackers out there, that's a good thing.
Let me see something here. I'm going to see if they had any protests here in Las Vegas.
Shout out to Carol Funk. She got the footage. A bunch of crackers out there. That whose streets, our streets, that's some racist ass shit right there. That comes when the cockers always kick the Moors out of they was saying whose streets are streets, and that's where that came from. So when you hear that shit out of protests, just know some racist ass undertones to that and racist ass history to that.
Okay.
I noticed that it's getting a little blurry. There must be a lot of cell phone use going on here.
Look, they got damn Ukrainians out there. Motherfucker holding a Ukrainian sign or flag. And it's all premises right here. This is a liberal version of racism, white supremacy.
And they did have a small protest out here in Las Vegas today against the dumpster.
Oh yeah, they said it was 100.
Yeah. Now, my question is, and you're going to love this here too, Kahari. I'm just wondering how many of these motherfuckers out here that literally went out there and voted for this bastard.
Shit, a good majority of them, Shabaka. Remember that rally that they had out here in Aurora when the dump came? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is Koufax for those that haven't never been to Denver. They're marching up Koufax. So they're gonna go to the 16th Street Mall or close to it.
Okay, I'm familiar with the I'm familiar with the 16th Street Mall.
A big time renovation. So possibly they're closed off, so you can't march up and down the mall no more because it's all cut off in certain parts of it. So right now, it looks like they're gonna march up Koufax and then up 15. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. I just wanted to show y'all it's mainly crackers out there.
Right.
Like I guess they got to the mall or 15th. Right?
Let's see. I gotta get this funk truck.
Funk truck, huh? Man, just say fuck Trump, man. God damn. You know? Fuck the motherfucker. I'll say it for you.
So, hey, ho, ho. Donald Trump has got to go. Elon Musk has got to go. Except a bunch of crackers out.
Now, I'm going to show you something very, very hypocritical, Brother Che. When I was looking at this shit on mainstream news today, I saw a cracker holding up a sign talking about all power to the people. You ready for that?
Oh, wish. Yeah, all they do is hijack shit, but as you can see, we're not out there, Shabaki. We stayed the fuck home, as we should. This is a bunch of crap. This frustration with their voting remorse, because they voted for the shit. And now
and then I'm expecting it anytime for a Shermichael, Van Jones, or Bakari Sellers. Yeah, I'm talking about you motherfuckers. Yeah. To come out there with that bullshit for us to be out there with this garbage also.
Like I said, ain't nothing but crackers out there. Nothing but crackers. So.
Yeah, voters' remorse. And the sad part about it is, this idiot man still's got damn near 4 more years to go. What he got? 3 years and and 9 months more to go.
He only been in office for 2 months, Shabaka.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's 3 years and 9 months more to go with this trick. So that's 45 months.
Yep. Gonna be a long
ironic.
45 months.
Yeah, I might not even be here.
No, Shabaka, you gonna live through all of this shit. And yeah, I just want to show y'all that real quick. So what are your thoughts on the hands-off protests that happen nationwide, Shabaka?
My thoughts on that is that these dumb bunnies realize they made a mistake, but it's too late. What had happened is that they fucked around and found out.
Mm-hmm. And like Jay Millie said, fucking ass. They was warned. They didn't want to listen. So now they see fat meat and greasy.
Exactly. And then it's just going to be a matter of time before these clowns are going to come out there and reach out to us with this bullshit. And that there's our leverage, people. We got to start showing up for ourselves.
They thought they was going to get us to come out with this bullshit yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Like, nah. This ain't got shit to do with us.
Right. So, once again, we got to turn within. We got to get innovative because we are in some very, very serious trouble, people.
We've been in some serious
trouble. We are in some very, very serious trouble.
We've been saying it for 5 years, Shabaka. Now,
yeah, I know.
No choice but to wake up.
Yeah.
What's going on with the Wi-Fi?
Well, they probably jamming our signal again.
Okay. It's good now. All right, Shabaka. Unless Lady Che got something to add, we're going to move to the next topic. And that is New Black Media Appreciation Month. It is April, and that is the New Black Media Appreciation Month. So shout out to the New Black Media, including us. We are a part of the New Black Media, and we are the signal boosters of New Black Media. And the month has begun. So the person that coined the month, such Professor Black Truth, is going to give us an update on that.
All right.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Why does the black media matter? Why even have a black media? I said 17 years ago that a media, all media, is defined by who owns it, who controls it, but most importantly, whose interest it operates in.
See, 17 years ago, Shabaki. So he's been around longer than all of us combined.
Yeah, since 2008.
Yep.
Yeah, he started early.
I think the only one that even has it remotely close to him is Travis Smiley.
Yep.
Bob Johnson created BET, but white people funded it. So that meant that they controlled it. And as a result, it operated in their interest. It certainly didn't operate in ours. A lot of black folks weren't willing to admit to that about BET when it began. The boomers had all kinds of delusions. But in the years to come, the Gen Xers, millennials, and now Gen Z, they look at BET as a joke. The ridicule and the insults about BET took hold as soon as the Gen Xers hit their teenage years, started calling it EBT instead of BET. It was obvious what it is. The point that media serves is to promote a particular worldview. Up until the last 15 years or so, ours was totally dominated by what our enemies put over the airwaves or in print. That has finally begun to change, modestly, but to be sure, it's changing. But then again, an avalanche doesn't begin with half the mountain falling away immediately. It starts with a few pebbles at first, and things seem to stabilize, at least on the surface. But most people don't recognize that there's huge changes happening underneath the surface. And then next thing you know, half the mountain begins to move slowly at first, and then eventually it all breaks away and can't be stopped. This is the change that I think has begun. And I want to thank you for allowing me to have been a part of it. And make no mistake, That's how it works. I didn't elbow my way in. You allowed this to happen. You're the reason that it occurred because you wanted it. And as the voice that's been coming out of your computer or your TV or your telephone for the last 15 years, I can tell you, I certainly wouldn't be here if you didn't want it. I couldn't exist without you, that's for sure. That's the reason why ever since I started doing the Moment of Truth, I made it a point that with every single video I posted, I would always end it by saying, Black empowerment only exists because of you. I didn't say just the Black media. I said Black empowerment. Every one of you should see yourselves as the resistance in a war against the greatest evil the world has ever faced, white supremacy. And you are soldiers for the greatest cause mankind has ever had, Black empowerment. But the war that we're fighting is not merely to stop the unrelenting anti-Black violence that we're subjected to. It is to make sure that we have our piece of the world and that we control it. A man once said that after a revolution, it's not the ideas that carry over, it's the institutions. Now, Professor Black Truth's definition of an institution is a group of people who come together to protect and promote a particular idea or ideal. Banks can be an institution. They come together to promote commerce. Schools can be an institution. They come together to promote indoctrination, education, allegedly. Certainly in the Black community, the church is an institution. Though to be honest, the church's prominence in our community happens to be largely artificial because it's the one institution that white power allowed us to have that they didn't put under constant attack. And when you look at how these pulpit pimps behave, you understand why that is. They come together so the pastor can get a new Bentley on the congregation's dime and then brag that God bought it for him. With the Black media, we're not so much attempting to put in place a new institution as we are to reinforce and, truth be told, resurrect an old one. One that's free from the poisonous influence of white supremacy, that speaks unapologetically in our favor and ours alone. One that seeks the empowerment of our people and not white advertiser dollars. When groups and societies go through calamities and upheavals, what happens is that their institutions come under immense pressure. And when those old institutions fall, new ones arise. This is not to say that every single one of our institutions has been tools of the devil, far from it, but they have all, to some extent or another, been contaminated by the influence of white power and its agents. In many cases, a lot of them have been outright compromised. The reason we've been running in circles for so many decades is because we refused to accept that reality. So we kept going on as if everything was normal when it wasn't. We've never had a moment when our institutions were not under constant assault because we are a people under siege. Our institutions may be weak, but not because they're bad or wrong, but because they're under constant attack, both from without and from within. But even in their weakness, our institutions are still standing when all others would have been reduced to dust by now. Our institutions have been weakened, but not destroyed. And truth be told, a lot of them are worth preserving if we get back to demanding that they operate in our interests. It's been said that the definition of power is when you can define yourself and your relationship to those around you in such a way that your definition becomes theirs. Now, when you look at the things and institutions that Black people have been getting dewy-eyed about for over a century, you realize these have actually been institutions that the white media has conditioned us to cherish. The Black church actually began on the slave plantations. You would have Massa's favorite house Negro delivering the Sunday sermon, and he would be telling the rest of the slaves to obey their Massa, as the good book says. You know, Nat Turner used to be like that. He preached the Bible for Massa, that is, until he bothered to read the rest of those pages, and he decided vengeance is mine. But when you look at the corrupt and crumbling individuals that white power has put into our institutions, you see that they either need to be abandoned or they need to be repurposed by force. White power set them up to perpetuate the interests of white supremacy, but the pressure from the grassroots has shaken these old decrepit fossils up. And when I talk about that grassroots, that means you. And the same goes for these so-called civil rights organizations. They were almost all inventions of or heavily guided by white power for the same purpose: to have controlled opposition amongst the only people who could bring white supremacy down. New Black Media Appreciation Month has begun, and we embrace the truth. This is a time that we've set aside to make it a point to reinforce and salute the people who are the thought leaders of the B1. That's you. When we say things like the code is the leader, what that means is we all understand what's in our interest, so we don't need nor are we waiting for any one individual to come along and tell us what to do. The ones who deserve the real credit is not myself nor any other member of the New Voices of Black Media. The ones who deserve the credit, the ones who have earned it, as always, is you. You're the reason reparations is a political issue now. You're the reason the clowns and the old dead black media are mad as hell because you shoved them aside. How long have I told you that yours are the eyeballs and the ears that they've been fighting to control? Sure, at the individual level, it may be hard to see that, but that's why the black media is here, to show you you're not alone. This is what happens at the group level. You are the reason that our talking points and lexicon have become household words now. You're the ones who have enabled us to start taking scalps, figuratively speaking, and start putting boots to behinds. Without you, all of us, would be like those Kundalini clowns from way back in the day. A bunch of folks talking, but nobody listening. And do not underestimate that. When I made my now classic video warning about the deadly deception of Kamala Harris back in 2017, I was sending that up as a signal flare to you. You were the ones I wanted to see it, and you were the ones who took it and ran with it. Take a bow. You earned it. I'm not the muscle behind the message, and neither are any of the other voices or faces that you may listen to and look at. The muscle is and has always been you. Because I don't know if I've made any lasting contributions to this fight, truth be told. I guess that's why I've tried to take the lessons that I learned from our Grandmaster teachers and, in my admittedly own imperfect way, take what I feel to be the next step. I hope, that I've helped to contribute to a proper lexicon to discuss our interests. Starting with We're All Detroiters Now, I talked about how for decades we've been using the wrong words to talk about our issues. We spent decades demanding jobs when we should have been demanding businesses, something that we control. One word makes all the difference. I also made it a point to create a number of phrases and talking points to help my people express what they really mean. I created the phrase, when white supremacy is done with its tools, it breaks its tools. Now, I don't bring that up for bragging rights. I could care less about that. If I did, then I'd be running around telling everybody, pay me some royalties. I care about the words being put out there and the message underneath. But I also have to point out who came up with that phrase because I don't want it to ever be misused. If I can take credit for anything, I think I can take credit for that phrase. But that phrase came from my study of history and what I learned from Dr. John Henrik Clarke. I felt like that was the kind of thing he might have said. I noticed that at least going back to the Romans, this has been the pattern of European imperialism. They go into a place, then they get some of the locals to help them control the rest of the population, and then after a time, they kill those very same collaborators. The Romans did it, the British did it, the French did it, the Ottomans did it, the Americans do it, and we still see it today. Tools broken either by being rendered unemployed and unemployable, or otherwise being killed altogether. Other phrases that I've contributed are, the white media is not in the business of entertainment, they're in the business of mind control. There are others, but my point is that the entire reason I felt the need to formulate those expressions was because I wanted to do something to help forward this discourse that you allowed me to be a part of. I didn't say that this discourse was one that I was leading. I said that you allowed me to be part of it. The black media is you. I have said it and I will continue to say it. This is bigger than any one individual. In fact, it's bigger than any group of individuals. This is about the collective. It's been a long time since we thought like that. While a lot of you appreciate what I do, what you need to understand is that I try every day to find and refine my words to express what I know you're thinking. That's what I spend most of my time trying to do. I'm not speaking merely for myself, and it's important because I got to make sure I take out the time to find the right words, to have the right impact. And even though I feel that it's a daily effort, tomorrow I'm going to do it all over again. I'm not trying to tell you what I think. I focus my energies on trying to tell the world what you think. You know, the closest thing to a moral thought that ever went through Abraham Lincoln's empty head was when he was asked whether or not he thought that God was on the side of the Union, to which Lincoln replied, "The hope is not that God is on our side, but that we are on his." Well, you know what? I actually go for that where you guys are concerned. I hope that there's not anyone out there who's wondering whether or not all the people who listen to me or listen to other new voices of black media, whether or not you guys agree with what it is that I'm saying. My prayer is that everything that I say agrees with what you think. I don't endorse any particular religion, but I do know that we are a spiritual people. And that being the case, spirituality does have a place in our lives, even if I don't necessarily thump the Bible all the time. I speak out against drugs because our people are a sober people. We are not a people who are trying to anesthetize ourselves or who can't handle reality, so we're trying to hide behind a fog of intoxicants. Our history has shown time and again that our people do not hide from our problems or try to dull the pain. Instead, we put an end to the pain by crushing whatever is harming us. That's what our history shows, and we don't stop until we win. Everybody else throws in the towel, looks for a way out. We look for a way through. And don't get me wrong, I've got convictions, plenty of them. But if I try to focus on my own beliefs and my own convictions alone, then what I do rises and falls right there. It becomes nothing more than a vanity project. On the other hand, when we focus on what it is that you want us to say, what it is that you're thinking, what's in your interest, then what we do becomes a calling. It becomes a mission. Because I'm doing this for something outside of myself. And if there's anything we should have learned from watching these bootlicks out here all these decades, it's that if somebody's only out here for themselves, then they've already betrayed us from day one. I caution my people against consuming white media content. You need to limit that stuff. Why? Right. Because the enemy has tried to use its media monopoly to invent substitutes for legitimacy and to dull your senses. It tries to bestow credibility on these phonies with titles meant to fool you into thinking that they're one of us, calling them ridiculous things like new leaders of black media, etc. They're always trying to reverse engineer some sort of substitute for us. White media outlets have cherry-picked these agents and made them prominent. 500 plus years of stolen wealth allows them to do that. But they've found that none of these con men and con women have gotten any traction in the last decade. Roly-poly in that broom closet of his, the Rot, the Shade Room, the Griot, Black Pack, She the People, Shireen Mitchell, or any of these other ops. And who can forget Black News Channel? Except that most people have already forgotten about them, including apparently Byron Allen, who was rumored to be resurrecting that sunken ship. Yeah, trying to prop up these little phony sock puppet organizations, it's not as easy as it used to be. And you're the ones we can thank for that. Because white power can give these tools millions of dollars to fund their operations. It can put them on MSNBC and everywhere else. But it all becomes wasted money when the black masses reject these tools. It's all for nothing. And next thing you know, Black News Channel goes belly up. The rest of these fools, you ain't seen them so much anymore, are you? We exposed how roly-poly was literally getting money from Kamala Harris's campaign. Now, how is someone who's literally on the payroll of the DNC going to speak truth to power? How's a clown like that supposed to put her in check or ask her any tough questions when he's depending on her to pay his bills? Right. The answer? He doesn't. He's out for himself to try to become some sort of half-brained political consultant. Well, the Democrats are already listening to fools like roly-poly, and that's why they stay losing. As I've always said, the white media can give you a platform, but the one thing they can't give you is legitimacy. When these ops and agents call themselves insulting the black media, they don't understand they're insulting the very black masses who they're hoping to deceive. They're insulting you. I'm not the black media, at least not by myself, any more than any other person who gets behind a microphone or in front of a camera is. The black media is you. The word media is the plural form of medium. Newspapers are a medium because it's print. Radio is a medium because it's sound. Television is also a medium, but because it has so many channels, it's been called media, plural. And that becomes doubly ridiculous when you consider that most of the TV channels you see are owned by one of 4 corporations. 500 channels, all owned by the same 3 or 4 entities. I don't think anything sums up the absolute shrieking fraud of white power any better than that. That's not a media at all. But under white supremacy, you're not allowed to say that. Truth is forbidden. So that's why the black media exists, because you demanded it. You demanded that there be people out here who will tell the truth, not just the way you see it, but like it really is. That's why on my profile banner, I have the phrase, telling it exactly like it is. The same way that we make it a point to recognize our heroes, our icons, our thought leaders, making it a point to do so, we don't need anyone's permission. In fact, we shouldn't be asking at all. Power doesn't ask for what it wants, it takes it. And by that same token, we're not asking anybody to validate the people who speak up for us either. We salute family like Brother Tariq, Tari and Rain, Lisa Cabrera, Chris Crazy House, Vicky Dillard, Philip Scott, Your World, any and every one of the family who have gotten out here to put their shoulder to the wheel and to do the work of standing up for and speaking up for our people. Hopefully, I'm not being too pretentious or too full of myself if I say that I'm sure I speak for all of them when I say you are not the ones who have honored us. I hope and pray that we have honored you. That's why New Black Media Appreciation Month exists. We're not patting ourselves on the back. We're taking time out to say that what we do matters because we matter. Please feel free to shout yourself out in the comments. Celebrate the enemies that we've handed all these L's to, the heads that we put on the trophy wall, and the victories yet to come. Good day and be one.
Yep, we did do that. I did shout us out in the comments. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts? Shabaka? Shabaka? Oh, we lost Shabaka. Oh, damn. Okay. All right, yep. So, yeah, the good professor laid it out. It's clear as day. We only exist because of you. So, appreciate y'all tapping in. Appreciate y'all liking and sharing and subscribing to the platforms. Like you said, we only exist because of y'all. We felt the need to tell the truth to our people from our perspective. So, happy New Black Media Appreciation Month. Like you said, we would not exist if it wasn't for you. So moving along, we got why the black media broke old Sambo. Oh man. So the good professor gonna give us an update on that.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Okay,
there is not.
Lost you, Shabaki. What were your thoughts on New Black Media Appreciation Month?
Yeah. The professor once again is right. We appreciate it, but I really wish he would mention us as well too, because
on as long as that. He said he's been around for 17 years. He's only been around.
Yeah. So we paid our dues too. Is all what I'm saying. You know what I mean? And what have you, but appreciate Professor Black Truth.
All the platforms. It's not just us, Shabaki. It's a slew of New Black Media. But we don't do this for clout. We don't do this for recognition. We do it because it needs to be done.
Well, that is true, which it needs to be done. And look at old Sambo right there.
Yeah, well, we broke him. The New Black Media broke him. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on that.
Okay.
A liberal America and a conservative America. There is the United States of America. There is not a Black America and a white America and Latino America and Asian America. There's the United States of America.
Let's see, now here goes with the all-inclusive shit.
Yeah, for a little while there, he actually thought he got away with it. For the kickoff to Black Media Appreciation Month, we talked about the figurative scalps that we had taken over the years, and of course, we got to mention Barack Obama on that list. Bootlicks on the left and the right know exactly what the dominant society wants to hear from them. Now, you would have thought that somebody who at the time was running for a Senate seat in the Democratic Party and who was delivering the keynote address at the DNC convention would never say something as stupid as there is no Black America or white America. Why would this guy be engaging in this level of open denial of reality? You had the actual VP candidate for that particular race, John Edwards, who was saying that there were two Americas. And yet the biracial Politico Obama, he knew what the dominant society really wanted to hear, what their favorite catnip is. Telling them that there's no racial divide in America, which white people understand means, hey, here's a black guy who's saying he's not going to change the racial status quo, which means that this is a black person letting them know that the system of goodies, giveaways, and guarantees that's been in place for them for 500 years isn't going to be threatened if you go ahead and elevate this guy. That's what brothers like Sam Greenlee meant when he said this is a Negro who's auditioning for a white audience. That's the devil's bargain you have to make to get on white power's payroll. You have to make it clear to an absurd degree that you're not merely non-threatening, you're actually an agent for white supremacy. You are hostile to anything that threatens white supremacy, because if you're not trying to tear white supremacy down, that means you're trying to keep it propped up. Dr. Claude Anderson said that politicians respond to the conditions under them. I would add a caveat to that, though. The politicians are at war with Black America, so shaking the ground under their feet isn't what makes them respond. They've spent 500 years building and reinforcing a system specifically meant to not respond to Black people's demands. We have to subject the bastards to a breaking process, and that takes time. Barack Obama's entire pitch to his white paymasters was that he could corral the Black vote. He was going to be the Negro whisperer in chief. And for a while, it seemed like he had pulled it off. But he lost his mojo when it became clear to the last few Obama dead-enders that his second term was as empty for Black voters as his first. And even he knew that whatever spell he thought he cast on Black voters had worn off. Yes, he was younger and an unknown quantity in 2004. And when he ran for president in 2008, the white media was hyping him as young and different. He wasn't like the old guard. It was a lie, but a lot of people fell for it. But they became disillusioned soon enough, and while the majority of Black baby boomers' hearts still went pitter-pat for him, by 2012, Gen X and the millennials had already had enough of the buck-dancing shill from Chicago, and by 2016, the party was over. Hillary Clinton was clearly in trouble no matter what the white media had tried to say, and even Obama knew that the writing was on the wall. As James Carville himself admitted, Black voter turnout had been trending downwards ever since 2013. That means that the unprecedented Black voter turnout that had happened during Obama's first and second presidential campaigns, that all ran out of steam right after he got reelected. Black voters realized at that point, this guy isn't going to do anything. His second term wasn't going to be some glorious revival of Black empowerment. Instead, it was going to be a self-interested Politico who was trying to coast his way to 2016. But what he didn't know was by the time he got to that point, his back would be against the wall. Obama was like a magician who had run out of smoke and all his mirrors were broken. Robbed of his ability to BS Black voters, he resorted to what would become his permanent method of addressing the Black community: open insults and barking out his demands.
And after we have achieved historic turnout in 2008 and 2012, especially in the African American community, I will consider it a personal insult, an insult to my legacy, if this community lets down its guard and fails to activate itself in this election. You want to give me a good send-off? Go vote.
Yep, the blowhard in chief was barking like a mutt, but the Black voters knew that his bark was nothing compared to our bite, and we ripped his legacy to shreds. That attempt at shaming tactics against the Black community, that was a high-stakes gamble for Obama. He was forced to openly admit that he had to put his legacy on the table, and only Black people could preserve it. Only Black people could put Hillary Clinton in the White House, and if she lost, he would personally blame Black voters for it. That's supposed to be some sort of social blackmail. If she doesn't win, I'm going to hold the Black community responsible for it. And you saw the Black community wasn't scared at all. And understand something. When you saw Barack Obama angry and yelling, that was him trying to mobilize the baby boomers. That's what he was trying to do. It's just like that crap he tried last year. He thought he was going to do some last ditch to get the simps and a whole bunch of shea butter sellouts to try to attack Black men, not even knowing that Black women were already onto the okie doke and turned against him. See, that generation, the baby boomers, they were completely and thoroughly aspirational. They mastered the art of living vicariously. White power figured out that that generation didn't need power or prosperity. Just let them see one of their own as a congressman, like, say, John Lewis or Jim Clyburn. Let them see some of their own on TV and a few TV shows and movies, and a few on the university campuses, and they'll gladly settle for that. The Black baby boomers became a generation of Well, as Dr. Ben said, you got people saying I'm living the dream. What dream? A dream will kill you if you try to live by it. He was talking to the boomers on that one. But what the Democrats didn't realize was by 2016, things had changed in the Black community. They were talking to the wrong audience. We cannot be a people who try to live in our imaginations. You do that, you'll live a life of delusions. And when you look at our political posture for the last 60 years, it's been a bunch of wishful thinking and daydreaming, imagining that we had allies when in reality we've been encircled by enemies the whole time. And even Obama's own buddies weren't safe. Henry Skip the Truth Gates was one of the people most credited with coining the phrase post-racial. And in Obama's first term, the real America came into Skip Gates' own house and arrested him. And Obama, not wanting to galvanize the race, decided to make nice with the very criminal who had arrested his friend.
Yeah, having a beer.
Obama never had any angry, harsh words for these white supremacists. Then again, he sees himself as being one of them. His associations are with them, his worldview is with them, and he depends on them for every crumb of his daily bread. For presidents, it's all about the so-called legacy. What will they be remembered for? What's their page in history going to be? Well, that page usually depends on whatever they did last. And in Obama's case, that was to lose, not once, but twice. Nobody's going to care about Obama and the Affordable Care Act, which for a lot of people turned out to be not so affordable. It was just a pathetic rebranding of Mitt Romney's own putrid healthcare plan. Obama's entire goal was to play it safe. He figured that he was guaranteed to get the Black vote simply because, so he could go ahead and freely insult us and do nothing for us. And then come 2016, he would get to put the capstone on his do-nothing administration by successfully handing the keys to the White House over to a fellow Democrat. Having one political party control the White House for more than 8 years is a feat that hasn't been pulled off since Ronald Reagan back in the 1980s. See, when Obama was talking about his legacy, that was what he meant. It's all one big vanity project for him. But Obama lost his clout long before he left office. Sure, the gaunt, scrawny zombie shuffling around, wagging his finger in Black voters' faces is a joke. But that's because we were the ones who reduced him to a laughingstock. Now, you would think that the GOP would have been celebrating the fact that Barack Obama was handed 2 L's by the Black community who refused to turn out in huge numbers because of him. The younger Black voters, the ones born after the boomers, they do not regard Obama with anything but contempt. And the GOP knows this just like the Democrats do. And yet you don't even see the Republicans deciding that they're going to dance on Barack Obama's political grave. Why is that? For the same reason as the Democrats. The Republicans are also aware that there's an undercurrent of Black righteous indignation surging just beneath the surface of the political landscape now. They recognize that the entire reason Barack Obama was handed those defeats is because there's now Black people who are getting on code and practicing the essential selfishness of survival. The white media made Barack Obama, and the Black media broke him. Yes, it took time, and there were people who told themselves that our opinion of him meant nothing, but we're the ones who got the last word. These days, buck-dancing Barry doesn't know what to do with himself, so he's just wandering the earth like Kwai Chang Caine, a ghost drifting aimlessly from place to place. He's occasionally spotted, but nobody ever bothers to ask for his autograph anymore. He can walk around openly in broad daylight now without a big Secret Service detail because nobody cares about him. He thought that he would be some kind of post-White House sage, called upon by the media and all kinds of people for his wisdom and advice, but he's remembered most for what he did last, and what he did last was to lose to his arch nemesis, a Cheeto-colored racist who spent years saying that he wasn't even an American. Even after the 2021 insurrection, when Barack Obama got out there, he had no ability to actually guarantee he could get Black votes. All he could do was finger wag and harass and harangue, and even the white media had to say that ain't working. And since Barack Obama is a product of the white media, when it comes to adversity, he handles it the same way they do. He'll just keep doing the same thing, only more of it. Last year was his second high-profile political humiliation, and this time around, the on-air and online bootlicks didn't even bother to try to do any damage control. They couldn't speak up for him. They couldn't make any excuses or lies. He's cooked, and they know it. This is why the Black media exists. We don't have the most power yet, but we are the most persistent and relentless. Yes. We continue to hit our opponents and hit them until they fall. Barack Obama found out the hard way that he was wrong back in 2004. There is a Black America, a foundational Black America.
Right.
And it's that Black America who sent Barack Obama back to the obscurity from which white power had plucked him.
Yep.
Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors. Arlaz, David Williams, Sean, Cedric Etheridge, and Delvion Burton. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, Shabaka, what are your thoughts on the new black media breaking on Sambo?
Yeah, they did, right. And then just like I'll never forget when that clown ran and what was it? When he spoke in your state, talking about change that we could believe in. And then he
hope and change you can believe in.
Yeah. And then they showed his brother in Chicago, older brother who was older than me than I am now at the time, sitting up there crying because you got a black president. Now let's look at something in retrospect. Okay, Obama's the president, right? You had our man Philando Castile get murdered, Mike Brown. Okay, all this here happened during Sambo's time.
Tabaka, Oscar Grant.
Yeah, Oscar Grant.
2009.
Yeah, Oscar Grant.
2009 all the way up to 2016. It was nothing but.
Little Tamir Rice.
Black men and women.
Yeah, Sandra Bland. Alan Buford.
Yep.
I mean, I think I sent you a photograph from Oakland. I think I sent you a photograph from Oakland of all the pictures that they had of the people who were murdered by the police.
Yep.
And where was Osambo at? Where was the fucking Attorney General of California at that time before she became the senator? Where was she at? Little Mario Woods. See?
2010.
Yeah. You see, right up there where she was the damn district attorney at. Didn't do nothing. So, like I said, to go out here to vote for a black politician is ludicrous. The only person I know running for a public office of some integrity is you.
Thank you.
Because you've been there. You've been out there in the trenches. We all been out there in the trenches. If I run for political office, I'll be assassinated.
That's what I thought too, Tabaka. No, still here.
Well, Brother Che, you still got youth on your side, but at least that you are raising the conscious level there in Colorado. You see what I mean?
Yep.
You say, you say, and then of course, and there's got to be some type of restraint on these race soldiers. You see, because the thing that really fucked me up today is when I see a white man holding a picket sign saying all power to the people.
They're co-opting. That's shit we were talking about right there, Shabaki.
Yeah, no, Newton and Seal were saying that in the 60s, man.
Shabaki,
in the 1960s.
Co-opting. They're co-opting our movements. They're co-opting our slang, our slogan, all of that. That's what I'm talking about. Remember, they try to say there was some White Panthers.
Wait a minute. Okay. Now, you just brought back a memory. Is that Newton, it was either Newton or Seal approached at UC Berkeley, where some of the white folks that wanted to join the Black Panther Party, and they told them no. And then I think that there were some White Panthers. Now, however, out of all fairness, you got to give credit to the weathermen because they're the ones that burglarized the FBI offices, man, and found the paperwork on the counterintelligence program.
Yep. They broke the story on COINTELPRO. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the counterintelligence program. Mm-hmm. And that's why if people ever got a chance to see the movie Forrest Gump with Tom Hanks,
yeah,
which was about 65% accurate to what I recall. But one thing that when they talk about the 1960s, one organization that they don't mention is the Black Liberation Army.
Of course not. They don't mention the BLA. They don't mention the Black Revolutionary Commandos. They don't mention. There's a lot of they don't mention.
Right. You see, because they want us to keep having faith in them. And these Sambos they put up there before us, and like Professor Black Truth always says, they always break their tools.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they most certainly do.
All right, so is that your final thoughts on the new black media breaking old Sambo?
Yes, you know, Sambo was a joke. You know, just like we know what he did when he went to Kenya. Okay, just like when Biden sent his man over there to President Museveni. You see what I mean? You know, and President Museveni said, man, shake the spot, man. We ain't with that. You know, that particular agenda. Say, you know, but then you got these tethers and neo-colonialists. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Then you got Stinky Bird.
He was a tether. He is a tether, Shabaka.
Who's a tether? Oh, Sambo?
Oh, Sambo.
Oh, yeah. I'll get an argument from him on that. Yeah, he was born in Kenya, and that's why, you know, President Kenyatta of Kenya, when Sambo went there to Nairobi talking that crap, and he told him, man, you got to shake the spot, man. You got to get the fuck up out of here. Then he's on his way to Ethiopia. The head of state of Ethiopia said, hey, man, we heard about your escapade there in Nairobi, man. Don't even bother landing here with that shit. You don't even bother landing.
Yeah, and we didn't.
You know what I mean?
We didn't bring you all Sambo. Sambo was brought to us by the white media.
Exactly. See? And he's gonna sit up there and talk about change that we could believe in. Yeah, we saw some change, all right.
Yeah, hope and change. I remember it like yesterday because I worked for the first campaign. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And I had arrived in Denver that day, man, when he spoke. And I'm saying, why is all the traffic jammed up and what have you? And I forgot, yeah, they're getting ready to have old boys speak right there.
Yep, it was the DNC.
At where your buckets play at.
Where the Nuggets play at. Well, at that time, it was called the Pepsi Center. And I worked there. Now they call it Bar Center.
Yeah. Okay, and I think that there's our itinerary. Wait a minute. Okay, I got one last item here on the list.
No, it should be two more items on the list.
Okay, let's see.
Three more. It's supposed to be three more.
Okay, we did Professor Black Truth. We did New Black Media. We did do hands-off protest against Trump. We did Ben Crump. We did the Minstrel, the Cory Booker Minstrel Show.
Yeah, we started off with that nonsense.
Yeah, and then we got
the white student who gets stabbed to death by a black student in Texas.
In self-defense. Okay, let's see what's going on with that.
Well, I wanted to talk Shabaka. So the New Black Media, shout out to the New Black Media. New Black Media has been around for damn near 20 years now.
All right.
I was introduced to the New Black Media back in 2013, 2014. And the first person I came in contact with was, ironically enough, Professor Black Truth.
Okay.
Side of Professor Black Truth Travis Smiley.
Yeah. And the first person I came into contact with the new black media was Jay Dizzle when he had Blackistan on Blog Talk.
Yeah. So I don't know how Blog Talk factors in, but I guess it does in a way. But I'm talking about YouTube. So my introduction on YouTube was Professor Black Truth.
Okay. And we got to be careful with PukeTube now.
Got to be careful with all of them, Shabaka. We don't control none of these platforms. We don't own them.
Yeah, I know. I know. And the San Mateo County courts is where we would have to go file a case against them.
Yeah, but Shabaka, I wanted to finish my thought, so please let me finish my thought.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
So, like I said, I came in contact with the new black media on YouTube back in like 2013, 2014.
Okay.
I've been listening ever since. I mean, it confirmed everything I had already been feeling, already have been saying already on my own. I started my own YouTube channel in 2012. So my Jesse Paris, aka Chan Krumah, that's been around since 2012. And I started.
And I think I started mine about 2008 because when I was going through my papers, I saw because I had printed out the YouTube rules and regulations, and I think that there was about 2008. Yeah.
Okay, Shabaka. So can I please finish my thought? So I started my YouTube channel in 2012. It was on the eve of the Trayvon Martin murder and Zimmerman acquittal.
Right.
I was so fed up with the shit. I decided to join the protest that was going on in Denver. At the time, I was living in Boulder.
Right.
I had moved to Boulder for like a year or so.
Oh, okay. I've been to Boulder. Kind of reminds me of Berkeley in the hills or in the mountains, I should say.
Yeah, well, they're like literally in your backyard. Literally.
Yeah. Yeah, you all got mountains. Berkeley surrounded by hills. You all got damn mountains and shit.
Yeah, but the hills are like right there in your backyard in Boulder. So anyway, I was out there, and I moved back to Denver shortly after. After Boulder got flooded. Well, right before Boulder got flooded, because they got like this once in a lifetime flood, which I thought was hilarious, especially after they had kicked me out, like literally. The police, everybody threw me out of Boulder. Like I literally got thrown out of Boulder. And they said I was causing too much trouble up there. But anyway, that's my introduction with the new black media.
Wow.
So I've been listening and been a part of it since that time. And I started my YouTube channel back then, Shabaka. You can only do 15-minute clips.
Yeah.
That's all you could do with 15-minute clips. So I started mine to showcase the protests, starting with Trayvon Martin and moving on to Mike Brown, Sandra Bland, and the list goes on and on and on and on. But I was highlighting the protests that were going on in Denver at the time. So then we clicked up with I clicked up with Shabaka around 2017. Well, actually 2016. Alex Primo, may he rest in power. He had a show on Blog Talk Radio called Black Thoughts and Theory.
Right, and he kicked me off of it.
Yeah, and so me and him used to be in a group called Real Hip Hop Underground Music and Culture on Facebook, and that's how I met Alex Primo.
And may he rest in power. He's no longer with us.
Right, that's what I just said. R.I.P. to him. So that was my introduction to it. So I've been listening to the new black media for over 10 years. Easily over, so like 12 years now, 12, 13 years. So everything that Black Truth has said has come to pass. Everything. So if you're not smart, what the hell are y'all doing? But yeah, he was my first introduction to the new black media. And then I found other people and then he referred other people as well. That's how I found out about Lisa Cabrera. That's how I found out about Torian, and that's how I found out about the other brother that he named Mad Black TV.
Yeah. And then when we started Blog Talk Radio, you had called in when we did the episode Hollywood's Effeminization of the Black Male.
Yeah, that was in 2017, Shabaki. But how I found out about Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced was Alex Primo.
Oh, okay.
Theory. Because you used to call into there.
Right. Yeah, I used to host a show on there called Shabaka's Black
on there. Right.
Yeah, Shabaka's Black Experience.
Yeah. So Shabaka's Black Experience started on Black Thoughts and Theory.
Yeah. And then he had Crump on Mad Dr. D. And then there's when I had stepped away from him because I tried to explain to Mr. Primo is that Mad Dr. D was a stroke victim. So, you know, he would have time. He would have difficulty. Yeah, with his speech.
For 5 years.
Yeah. Say. And Mad Dr. D, he used to be on my helmet, man. Do the show, man. Do the show, do the show, do the show. You know, so we did. So we got it going on. And as you know, we try to do the best we can. Then Mile High News.
You know, 2019.
Yeah. You know, where they kicked me off of Mile High News. You see?
I did that in 2020.
You know? Yeah. You say, but we still prevailed.
And then about a year later, we started Frontline Black News, and we've been in operation.
Yeah, ever since, you know. So out there, the Mile High News, you know, we wish you all the best, and what you all trying to do. You know, we don't hate you. You know what I'm saying? Although you all hated on us, but we don't hate you.
Right.
Say, and I'm putting out there publicly. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, that was my introduction to the New Black Media. So shout out to the New Black Media. Like I said, we are part of it, and we're the signal boosters of it. And we brought old Sambo to his knees.
Yep. We sure did. Okay, so let's get on this.
Well, I'm trying. I want to finish my thought.
Yeah, because I'm getting sleepy. Yeah,
I can tell. All right, so moving on to the next topic, we got white student gets stabbed to death by black student in Texas.
Okay. All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Thanks to all my subs and supporters who watch, like, share, and comment on the videos. It's greatly appreciated. Anybody who would like to support the channel, the link to my book, The N-Word is No Secret in the Service, is in the description of every video. We also have the Runaway Slave store, link in the description. Go grab yourself a souvenir or something like that. Let's cook. Okay, people, big time situation buzzing in the news right now. Out in Texas, a place called Frisco, Texas. We have a young black student athlete by the name of Carmelo Anthony, who stabbed and killed a young white student athlete by the name of Austin Metcalf. Really messed up situation. It happened on Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025. Violent altercation broke out between these, okay? And there's a lot of important details that are missing in this situation. Now, from my understanding, they were at a high school track meet in Frisco, Texas in the morning. Austin Metcalf is a junior at Frisco Memorial High School, and Carmelo Anthony is a student at Frisco Centennial High School. Now, Carmelo Anthony, the black student, was under the white student, Austin Metcalf's team 10, okay? This is where this started at. He's under the other team's 10. Was he allowed to be there? Yes, he was, okay? There's no problem with a student athlete being under another student school's team tent. Students at track meet students all the time. They have friends at other schools. They know each other, things like that.
Right.
They chill under the other students' tent. And I believe that Carmelo Anthony, being the athlete that he is, people would know him, okay? So Austin Metcalf, he sees Carmelo Anthony under the tent. He wants to come over and be the authority. Austin Metcalf, being the white student athlete, he tells Carmelo, hey, move from under our tent. Carmelo said no. Austin Metcalf goes on, talks his talk. Hey, move, this, and that. He's trying to be the authority, the boss in security, the overseer of the situation. From my understanding, this is his personality. Jay exchanged words. Austin Metcalf says what he wants to say. Carmelo Anthony says what he wants to say. Carmelo says, hey, don't touch me. You know, something like touch me, see what happens. Austin Metcalf does go on to touch Carmelo Anthony or physically assault him in some way. Regardless of the rumors, all the nonsense, this is what happened. Austin Metcalf did initiate the physical violence. How do we know? Here's his twin brother right here telling you part of it.
Asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, he needs to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him, but
it was just senseless.
It was really senseless. Really, I don't know why a person would do that to someone just over that little argument. It's just crazy in this world nowadays how people just up and do that. Like a man has a family. That man has people that care about them all the time, and he did everything for our family too. He was a strong man. He was a strong kid. Real strong. And I know this kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, he needs to move. He's like, make me move. Austin grabbed his backpack. The kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I look at my brother, and then I'm not going to talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I tried it.
Okay, so that's his twin brother right there. That's Austin's twin brother giving people facts. Now, he said right there, Carmelo was verbal, Austin became physical. Regardless of how it makes you feel, that's what happened. Now, the extent of him being physical, that's what we don't know. You know what I'm saying? But his twin brother said it right there. Stop all the nonsense. All this BS that's being put out. Oh, this was over some words exchanged. It was words. It was words at first until Austin Metcalf put his hands on Carmelo, okay? Now, to what extent? That's what we need to know. That's the big question. Did they swing on him? Did he swing on him? Were other people trying to grab his book bag and punch him in the head? You know, what was going on? Did they try to jump him? Did Austin, elbow? What's going on, okay? Now, is his brother trying to minimize the severity of this assault? I don't know. But he admitted right there that this was initiated physically by his brother, okay? That's what's a fact. Carmelo goes in his book bag, pulls out a knife, boom, stabs Austin Metcalf, hits him in the chest. 17 years of age, he passes away. Carmelo runs away from the situation, but he's still around. Look, man, condolences to his family. Messed up situation. The young man, Austin Metcalf, made a bad decision. It turned out to be unfortunate. And, that's what Carmelo Anthony's father said also. That's how he feels about it. You know what I'm saying? But he still has a lot of work to do for his son. Both of these kids are 17 years of age, student athletes. Carmelo Anthony was arrested. He was charged with murder. They took him to the Collin County Jail on April 3rd, set his bond at $1 million. They said that when Carmelo was arrested, he said to the arresting officer, I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me. Carmelo also asked if the guy he stabbed is going to be okay. He didn't know that Austin Metcalf was going to pass away. Carmelo also admitted that he did this because he was attacked. He said it was self-defense. Now, here's the thing. There are a bunch of white supremacists and other people saying that this was just an argument, okay? On social media, on various outlets. Yes, it was just an argument until Austin Metcalf turned this into a physical assault. His twin brother said it right there, okay? There are many white supremacists in America right now who are giving biased information about this situation and trying to turn this into a political thing. Of course, a lot of these MAGA people, okay? You know, these political Americans, they turn everything that they can into a situation that'll benefit their political party. The Republicans do this, the Democrats do this. We see these white supremacists do this whenever they can bring something up, when something happens to a white person. And then we see these liberal Democrat white supremacists, they take events that we go through as Black people that are tragedy and traumatizing, and they use that to prop themselves up, you know, and say, well, look, this is because you conservatives did this. They're always using our, you know, our trauma and our tragedies for their own political benefit. They don't care about us. But these white supremacists, they go all out, you know, when they hear about these situations where a Black person did something to a white person, because simply America is grounded and based on racism. And in America, white people typically overall do not like Black people. And in response, vice versa, okay? White people were made white by America. They were made white, and they are racist. Overall energy, this is what I'm saying, okay? This is what I'm saying, overall energy. That it is what it is, okay? And these people, they use these type of situations for their own political benefit. The MAGA people are going wild right now, okay? They're on the media going in, okay? And the narrative that they're pushing is, at first, they were pushing, well, this Black guy just came and stabbed this good white boy who's a 4.0 student in the chest. You know, that's what he did to him. He's a monster. Lies. And all those lies are not going to matter, okay? Yes, Austin Metcalf is a good student athlete. So is Carmelo. He's a student athlete as well with good grades, college bound, from a good family, okay? They are posting pictures of Carmelo Anthony with a fake airsoft gun, okay? They keep throwing this picture up to say, oh, well, he's a thug. Look, he's there with a gun. The gun is fake. It's an airsoft gun that he's playing with. But there are also pictures of Austin and his brother with real guns, okay? And they go on and post pictures of Carmelo Anthony standing, sticking up his middle finger. Okay, here's Austin sticking up his middle finger. Then they're saying that Carmelo wasn't supposed to be there. Whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever. Carmelo's a thug. Whatever. Carmelo did this and that. All that does not matter. He had a knife. Okay. Whatever. They're saying he took it there to do this. Why does he have a knife? He has a knife because boom, boom, this and that or whatever. They're making up these stories. That means absolutely nothing. These kids carry knives all the time. I'm sure those white kids are out there carrying hunting knives and all kind of other things. Many of us, when we were 17 years of age, going somewhere, carried some kind of knife or a weapon, okay? It may be beef, I don't know. He's going to this other team's field. This is Texas. There's white supremacists out there. You know what I mean? I don't know. You know, maybe he felt that he needed this knife. Unfortunately, America is a very violent place. Why he had a knife? That's no, come on, whatever, man, whatever. Actually, the white kid, Austin's father, he got tired of these MAGA people himself, you know, turning this into something that it isn't. Here's his father.
I want to clarify something right off the start because I've already heard some rumors, gossip. This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. Please do not comment if you do not know what happened. Do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. It's not. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice, and it affected both his family and my family forever.
There you go. That's for all these MAGA maggots turning this thing into a political situation. You know what I'm saying? Trying to spin this narrative right here. But he did say, this is his father. This is Austin's father. He did say that if Carmelo is guilty, he should get the death sentence. I get it. That's a dad speaking. I would say the same thing, okay? Now, Carmelo's family has a hardcore lawyer, a dude by the name of attorney Derek Walpole. I think that's how you pronounce his name. He said, I know that my client said it was self-defense. I don't have any reason to disbelieve that, but I need to develop facts, talk to people, and figure out what's going on before I make my statements about what I think happened. I don't have any reason to think it wasn't self-defense at this time. And this guy, Derek Walpole, who Carmelo's family got to represent them, said that he's requesting a hearing next week to lower Carmelo Anthony's $1 million bail, okay? Now, look, this is the only thing that matters here, regardless of how anybody feels. I don't care what side they on in this, okay? This is all that matters, okay? When Austin Metcalf physically assaulted Carmelo Anthony, when he put his hands on him and he turned this into a physical situation and Carmelo responded with the knife, was it self-defense? And does it fall under the scope of Texas stand your ground? That's all that matters. All this back and forth on the internet with the racist MAGA people talking and the black folks, you know, defending Carmelo Anthony's identity and character. I get it. They should, because that's what we got to do as black people. But don't get all caught up in that with these back and forth with all these people, because at the end of the day, this is what matters. You know what I'm saying? And besides that, all of these people are going to go away. They're all going to go away. They're riding a wave. It's going to be Carmelo and his family and his legal team going to court alone. So was this self-defense in Texas? Yes or no? Okay? Yes or no? Now, Austin's father did say something else that was wrong, by the way. I got to go back to that. His father is tired of the MAGA nonsense, but he did say, he's misinformed too. He said, Texas law doesn't allow a person to use deadly force in response to verbal provocation alone. False. It wasn't verbal, Dad. It wasn't verbal. Your son, your other twin son, cleared that up on his own in the video. He wasn't just verbally provoked. Okay? Your son, your other twin, cleared that up in the video. He turned it physical. So that's what it is. Now I'm reading now. The Texas Stand Your Ground law allows individuals to use force, including deadly force, to defend themselves without the duty to retreat, as long as they are in a place where they have the legal right to be and are not provoking the altercation. This law applies to situations where a person reasonably believes they are in immediate danger or harm. Okay. That's what Carmelo Anthony and his family and his legal team are probably going to ride out on. That's the bottom line right there. That's the bottom line. A few more details, a few more witnesses, but we know already what happened and who turned this thing physical. What was the extent, okay? What was the extent? In order to qualify to claim self-defense, the accused must, I'm reading, reasonably believe force was necessary to stop or prevent the target's use of unlawful force, not provoke the unlawful force, not be engaging in a crime, use the minimum force reasonably necessary to defend oneself or another in the situation. Okay? So this is why all that matters is the actual altercation. Austin Metcalf turned this into a physical assault of some sort. They're going with the self-defense. All the rest is background music. All that, oh, he wasn't supposed to be there. He had this, whatever, man. Witnesses will be very important here. And yes, them white folks, the white community out there will be threatening their people. They will be putting pressure on anybody from the white community who feels as though they're going to go on record and make a statement that may be in Carmelo Anthony's favor. But Austin's twin brother already made statements publicly that are in Carmelo Anthony's favor. More have also, okay? He got on camera and started telling the truth because he wasn't schooled properly or whatever, you know? But that's a good look for Austin and his family. So we got to see what happens, man. You know what I mean? I think Carmelo Anthony and his family and his legal team are going to try to get this knocked down as much as they could, either the self-defense route or possibly criminally negligent homicide, if possible. You know, self-defense is a good route to take, but I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe get it knocked down to criminally negligent homicide, if possible. Now, this is me personally. Do I believe Carmelo is going to prison? Yes. But the question is, for how long? You know what I mean? They need to get this thing knocked down so he has a chance to be out in his 20s. You know, maybe if they could get this knocked down and prove criminally negligent homicide, you know, with his record, boom, real light time. I'm talking under 5 years or something.
Yeah.
Self-defense, get all the way off. I don't know what route they're going, you know, I don't know. There are more things that his legal team has to find out. I hope that this lawyer he has, that they have, is smart. And if they get an opportunity to look at it like, okay, well, boom, we could get him off on this. Let's take that, or we're going to ride it. I don't know, yo. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Now, a factor that is working in Carmelo's favor as well, I believe, is he asked the police officer if the guy that he stabbed, being Austin Metcalf, was all right. Okay, so maybe this thing is, it wasn't an intent to kill. He wanted to know if he was okay. He didn't know that he would die. He figured I panicked. I just pulled out a knife, boom, to keep him up off me, you know? So, messed up situation. I don't think this young man, Carmelo Anthony, is supposed to get a big rack of time. Self-defense in the state of Texas, stand your ground. Hey, they made the law. They're going to ride that out, or they're going to try to get it dropped to something else, possibly criminally negligent homicide. Damn that word, I can't keep saying it. But here's the thing, man, check. If it's one thing that Austin Metcalf, the young white student athlete's parents, would go back, if they could tell him anything about that day, if they could go back, they would say, son, do not approach anyone. You are not the authority. Go get an administrator. Go get a security guard. Go get a coach. Go get somebody. Go get a teacher. That's what they would tell their son. I'm 100% sure. Don't go approaching people trying to be the authority. Your job is not to do that. You know what I'm saying? Leave people alone. You don't know how they will respond. And I'm not condoning none of the violence, but look, violence is American. You know what I'm saying? Messed up situation. You know, where we come from, this stuff happened in the hood every day. Y'all know that. Not saying that that makes it right, but it happens in other places every day too. But all this stuff with all the lying that people doing, putting out these fake stories. Oh, it was a verbal when he put out a knife. And another one that's really pushing this is this old disgusting guy here, Jason Whitlock. You got to feel disgusting as a human being to where the only way you can get white people to like your big, fat, nasty, stanking behind is to say things that are always counterproductive to black people. You know, that's your whole platform. Yeah. The only reason why white people act like they like you temporarily is because you say things that makes them feel good. You should feel like a piece of trash. Yeah, Jason Whitlock. People like him, you know, or any other people. But I don't know, people get in the comments easy.
All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on that?
Okay, when it comes to any type of physical confrontation, it always has the option of going to the next level of force. Now, the white kid's brother said that his brother had put his hands on the young black man right there first. So now he went to a level of force to preserve himself. You see what I mean? But the white fella came with provocation. You see what I mean? So he had provoked him. You see what I'm saying? And what have you. This is the more reason for us to homeschool our children, to have our own educational infrastructures for ourselves. Say, because that young man's life has been altered. Even if he gets off, it still be altered because he's going to have the arrest record there indefinitely. Say, he's going to be going off in the files when he gets pulled over by the police in the future. That's going to come up. You see what I mean? Yeah. And you know, he had a right to compete. And then as far as, you know, him being provoked with the white fella going up there telling him, hey, well, you know, get up out of here. See, that's that mega shit. They say, so blame the dumpster for that. They say, blame the dumpster for that.
Yeah, that
I mean, it's a sad situation.
Matt Cliff or whatever the hell his name was, it was emboldened by the dump to tell this other teenager who just so happened to be black to get the fuck out, get to leave.
Yeah, see, with the fervor that's going across this country, you see what I'm saying? You got to keep your head on the swivel, black family. That's it. But try to de-escalate the situation. But you can only go so far as in de-escalation, because after all, the brother had a right to live too. You see?
It's a self-defense or?
Yeah. So once again, this is America. You see what I'm saying? Now, was the black kid treated like an American? Of course not. You see?
They put $1 million bail on him.
Yeah, exactly. So which means is that to get the bail bondsman, you're going to need $100,000. See, so now this is going to send his family through a bunch of hardship because I'm sure his family's talking about what they're going to mortgage, what they're going to sell. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
See, but this was brought about racist white supremacy. You see what I mean? See?
Okay, Shabbat.
And this is another reason why I stand on a square that I stand on. Because that could have been you. That could have been me. That could have been your loved one. That could have been my loved one. And I'm going to sit up there and believe in some Uncle Sambo, Yasser Boston, Cory Booker type of fool.
Well, they're diasporic Africans too, Shabbat.
Yeah, but that's my point, Brother Che. Now you see my point.
That's why.
Okay, hold on. Now you see. Okay, now you see my point. And he only did that based on what I see right here, because that young man, Mr. Carmelo Anthony, was black. He's white. Down there in the state of Texas, slave state. See, slave state.
Down there,
Texas slave. Down there with Governor Rowley, Governor Bud. Down there with old Ted Cruz, where Ted Cruz popped the bed, told everybody to kiss his ass. You see what I'm saying? You know, old saying from South Central Los Angeles. Never apologize for how you honestly feel. I'm sorry that the white kid lost his life, but he provoked that shit.
Exactly.
He brought it on himself. You see? My sympathy goes out to his family, but they should have raised him better. Because the dead ass scratcher, the Yasser Boss, the Coon, Uncle Tim Scott's, that shit is over with.
You're saying the daddy was already lying. The daddy was
exactly.
He didn't deserve to get stabbed for just talking. No, he put his hands on the wrong one, and he fucked
exactly.
Around. He found out.
And found out. Now here's one for you. Down in the great state of Texas, once again in Texas, there was a white fella who had a son who was studying martial arts, and the son got violated by the martial arts instructor. So they had to get the martial arts instructor from out of state where he fled. So they took him off the plane in Dallas, I believe. The daddy was there with a 45 or a 9mm, and he shot and blew his brains out. So the judge down in the great state of Texas told him, well, okay, man, guess what? You know what you did. Nobody blames you. You're going to walk out of here today. You see what I'm saying? But all your gun rights are stripped.
Oh, I see something about the dump. The dump said he was going to restore felons' gun rights.
Well, Second Amendment. So then that means that every brother in the state of California and all 50 states, okay, got a right to go get their weapons to defend themselves. You see what I'm saying? Look at Wide Earth. Look at Wide Earth. You saw what he was about. You know what I mean? Yeah. You saw what Wide Earth was about. You know? And whatnot. And the man was a questionable character. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, his brothers got murdered. Morgan, I believe, a film by James Garner called The Hour of the Gun, where he played Wide Earth. And he caught up with the culprit that murdered his brother Morgan. Okay? And we all know Val Kilmer, who passed away recently. You know, he played in what was that? Tombstone. Yeah, no, not he. But the one where he was Doc Holliday and Kurt Russell was Wide Earth.
Oh, Tombstone.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, in the version that they made with James Garner, and he wasn't Rockford. He wasn't a detective getting beat up all the time, you know, living in a trailer on Venice Beach. He caught up with the dude who killed his brother. And the dude says, well, Wyatt, they paid me $50, man, you know, to lure Morgan out there. And Wyatt said, okay, $50.
Yeah.
He says, look, man, here's $50 gold piece. Put it in your pocket. And if you can make it past a certain point before I blow your brains out, you can keep the $50.
Yep.
So quite naturally, of course, he didn't make it.
Nope.
You know, James Garner blew his brains out.
Yep.
And went in his pocket and got back his $50.
Yep.
You see? Yeah, you see what I mean? And then the cold part about it is that this young black boy is up here, you know, doing track, you know, some he enjoys, some that he loves.
Yeah.
See, but the white fella, he comes up there with that authoritative personality. When you white, you right. You see what I'm saying? And he effed around and he found out.
Yep.
But my sympathy goes to his father who lost his child. But maybe if he would have raised his son better, he might not would have been in that position. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, the daddy looked like one of them good old boys any damn way.
That's my point. That's my point.
For the mag.
Yeah, that's my point. You see? You know, they want white America to arm up on all these guns. You know, California disarmed everybody because of a certain organization that you're well aware of.
Yep.
But the U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals said that California might be in violation of the Second Amendment. But the sad part about it is that the U.S. Supreme Court or any state Supreme Court chooses the cases from the lower courts that it wants to review.
Yep, so we'll keep y'all updated on this.
Yeah, so who knows what's Governor Rolaids going to say about that?
You know he's going to side with Matt Cliff. Or Mick Cliff.
Yeah. So, black politicians in Texas There's your work right there.
Well, Shabaki,
what are y'all gonna do? Go to another minstrel's?
That literally brings the next topic, talking about black politicians in Texas. So, you know, Jasmine Crockett shit is out there, and she's up for re-election. So she has a challenger. Challenger's name is Sholdon Daniels. Sholdon Daniels, on the surface, look like he's FBA of the lineage, but he's talking that white wing, white supremacist talk. So shout out to Black Power. He exposed him for the fake of fraud and phony that he is. So I'm gonna play this video from the Church of Black Power. Church of Black Power has stopped by over here to the Frontline Black News and show love, and every time it goes live, he shouts us out. So shout out.
All right. Okay, and then after this is going to be my last segment because the Sandman is starting to work on me a little bit.
Okay, well, the last topic is 100 black inventions that you didn't know were invented by black people.
All right, I'll stay for that one.
Let me try to breeze through this. Yeah, I was going to play this interview here, but as you can see, it says, you do not have permission to upload, reuse, repurpose, or react to this content. So.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's on the members only, so you have to be a member to watch the content.
All right.
So instead, I'm going to play Church of Black Power.
All right.
Be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can feed up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please hit that link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the
and check out Frontline Black News.
The other day, I was on a phone call with one of my homeboys from Dallas, and he asked me, he said, do you know anything about this? He called him Sholdon, Sholdon Daniels.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, that name sounds familiar, but I can't put a face to a name. I can't do it. And so he sends me a video to show me who this guy was. And let me go here. This is the video that he sent me. Let me go here. Hold up. There we go. So this is the video that he sent me.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. And then this is mine.
Okay.
Now, we put Jasmine in office. We thought she was going to do a good job. I'm a lawyer just like her. But she's spending all her time trying to get famous and doing all this silly stuff. When we sent her up there with specific things to do, and she ain't doing none of it. So now they got me running against her. And I'm going to replace her in 2026.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to do a much better job. I'm definitely going to speak truth to power. I'm not a sellout. I'm not going to do that dance. But I'm going to get things done for us.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, when I first saw this video, my question was, because I still couldn't put a face to name. I was like, this dude looks familiar. I just couldn't pinpoint where this dude was from or who this guy was.
Yeah.
Right? But what ended up happening was, my first question was, when I saw this video, was when he said, now they got me running against her. And my question was, one, who are they? Who are they? And come to find out, this man is running as a Republican, which is crazy weird, because we're going to get into why it's crazy weird in a little bit. But it's crazy weird that he's running as a Republican, because a few short years ago, he was not a Republican. But after doing some digging on him, the first video clip that I came up with, after after seeing that clip, I was able to come across this news article here. And at this point, I still could not pinpoint who this dude was.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go here.
I am a candidate for TX30's congressional district. I'm challenging Jasmine Crockett in the 2026 midterm. And, you know, I'm an attorney. I own a business. Obviously, I own my own law firm. I'm a dad and I'm a husband. I'm a veteran. And I'm just somebody that cares about the community. And I just can't sit around.
Man, you don't care about the community, motherfucker. You trying to get
becoming a dad and concerned for my daughter. And when the issue surrounding biological males being allowed in restrooms and locker rooms and girls' private spaces, and then biological males competing against girls in sports, that's when it hit home for me. I have a 5-year-old daughter who loves to play sports. I fully anticipate she's going to be an athlete, and I just want to pave a way for her to make sure that she's safe, and that covers all other little girls in America. Jasmine Crockett is more of a performer or an influencer. She's wholly ineffective as a legislator. She wasn't able to pass any laws when she was in the Texas State House, and we don't anticipate that she'll be able to have any effect while she's on Capitol Hill. And so, you know, the people in my district are very hardworking people, a lot of small businesses and hardworking families, not a lot of people waiting around on a welfare check or a handout for the government. And I just think it's unfortunate that those people don't have any representation. We don't have anyone on Capitol Hill advocating for us what we actually need, what could actually help our district. We just have this person up there that's spewing all this racist divisiveness, and she is hell-bent on tearing our country down. And so somebody has to stand up to that. And God bless me with the ability to do the job and also the responsibility that I have right now.
But
so it's utterly disrespectful and it's unbecoming of the office. You know, that office, you know, to be a member of the U.S. House of Representatives is one of the most prestigious honors and privileges that could be bestowed on any of us. And she treats it like it is a given. She takes it for granted. And every opportunity she takes, she just denigrates our country and our president. And as a veteran and as somebody who actually loves America, I can't sit around and do nothing. So I'm going to fight back. We're fighting back, and we're going to win. She has her symptoms for sure, but she grows more and more popular in our district every single day. You know, the thing about TX30 is it's way more diverse and way more conservative than everyone thinks. And people are chomping at the bit to have an election because they cannot wait to see this girl replaced by Sholdon Daniels. On day one, I'm going to bring professionalism and decorum back to the office and respect for the office. And I'm going to focus on lowering taxes so that we can bring down the cost of living for Americans. We're going to focus on securing the border and supporting our president and his policy of keeping the border secure so that we can ensure safer communities here in TX30. We're also going to focus on providing support for small businesses and make sure that they get to keep more of the money that they earn in their pockets so that they can invest in higher people. And then we're obviously going to focus on all the new revelations that are coming out with the Doge
looking like
effort to uncover the government waste, fraud, and abuse. And we're going to try to hold whoever is responsible for that accountable. There was a study that came out from the Congressional Management Foundation that found that 90% of voters want their representatives to be focused on policy and not social media, essentially on doing the job and not grandstanding for the cameras. And that translates over into TX30. People want a representative in 2025 that's going to provide tangible and effective change that they can see in their community. Gone are the days where we just elect someone out of TX30 and set it and forget it, and we don't hear about them again until they're getting ready to retire.
So, family, I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said that, because when he said that, I had a revelation of who the hell this dude is
black friend
and who he used
already
to be.
know, cause he ain't no
it all came flying back to me like
what's the comment saying, Brother Che? Because I'm away from my laptop. I'm across
before
the
we
room
get
from
to
it
who
on
this man
Bluetooth.
is and who he used to be,
Jay Miller,
and the bad dream
he has no black
that this dude has made me a part of. I want to say, give a salute to the family in the chat. Give me a second here. What the hell's going on there?
So you about to shout me out.
So let's go here real quick. Give a salute. Shout out to us family, Aquarius Minded. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you for being here, family, and your blessing is blessed tenfold. Shout out to our brother Big Black God. Thank you for being here. Shout out to our brother Reparations Nation. Thank you for being here, family.
Shout out to Reparations.
Shout out to our brother Keeblan Nation. Thank you for being here, family. Salute to our brother Reef. Shout out to you for being here. Thank you for being here, family. And salute to our sister and shalom to our sister, Black Spider. I appreciate you for being here, family. So, I want to go here. I realized who this guy was right after he said, long gone the days, have gone the days of not getting anything. He wants to bring tangible. As soon as he said tangible, it hit me in the back of the head. Shout out to Buki the Realist. Thank you for being here, family. And this is the dude who did this video not too long ago.
So there's been a lot of talk about reparations in my comments. Folks asking over and over, they won't leave me alone about it. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but I don't support them. I don't support reparations, and here's why. First, who would qualify? None of us today were ever slaves. None of us today were ever slave owners. There is no fair way, no realistic way of really trying to determine who would get what. And if we're being real, the government has already spent billions on certain programs over the years that haven't created or built any wealth in any community. It's just made people more dependent on the system. So instead of a one-time check, I'm about like long-term economic empowerment. Lower taxes so small businesses can invest. They can hire a kid, give him his first job, right? School choice so our kids get a real education. They can graduate knowing how to read. Safer communities so I can build generational wealth and invest in my community without being afraid somebody's going to burn it or take it. I'm about moving forward, not looking back. I believe in opportunity, not handouts. I want to build something that lasts. And reparations doesn't do any of those things. And so,
motherfucker, that's
bullshit. I'm running to represent all the people in TX30. A lot of people in TX30 are not black. I would be remiss and I would be a terrible, terrible representative if I was dead set on something that's going to harm most of the people in my district. And so I don't support it. I'm sorry. I don't support it. If that hurts you or offends you, I welcome you to, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. But I don't support it.
Get with us, motherfucker. I got a whole lot to talk to you
family.
about, punk.
So let's slow roast this. This is a lot to break down just in this little bit of clip that this dude put out. And this is it hit me like a ton of bricks. Who this dude was. Yeah. And how long he's been on my radar without me even knowing that he's been on my radar, to be honest with you. But let's get back here. And I know he seems like a tether. I did some research on his background, and apparently he grew up in a single household. He was born in North Dallas, but there's no information on his mother that I found. That's all I could find, is that he grew up with a single mother and his father wasn't around. He grew up in North Dallas. And then everything else goes into his life as a father and all this other nonsense. But let's get into this.
So there's been a lot of talk about reparations in my comments. Folks asking over and over, they won't leave me alone about it. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but I don't support them. I don't support reparations, and here's why. First, who would qualify? None of us today were ever slaves. None of us today were ever slave owners. There is no fair way, no realistic way of really trying to
stupid, ignorant bastard. The initial wealth was generated off of slavery, you stupid motherfucker.
that
look at your goddamn inventions that they stole from us.
I'm going to play.
Look at your goddamn
I'm going to
alcohol
read you something
off that sugar cane.
that clearly
look at all
shows
the clothes
that this dude
that
is
was
full of
made off that cotton.
cow poop. All right.
Yeah, Jay
We're
Militant,
being
he is
real.
a fucking idiot.
The government has already spent billions on social programs over the years, and it hasn't created or built any wealth in any community. It's just made people more dependent on the system. So instead of a one-time check, I'm about like long-term economic empowerment.
I really hate when these people talk about getting reparations or giving reparations to the foundational Black Americans is a situation where we're just making these people depend on the system. No. Go take that over there to every immigrant that came over here and got land. Take that over there to every immigrant that came over here and got funding for businesses and things like that. Don't bring that to us when we have a debt that's owed.
Right.
And they try to make it seem like such a damn handout, but y'all don't have nothing to say when everyone else is getting these very same handouts.
Mm-hmm.
Only for us, it's not a handout, it's redress.
Right.
It is literally a debt owed.
Right.
For labor
Facts.
unpaid.
Right.
For building the wealthiest country on the planet.
Facts.
So I get really, really irritated when I hear dummies run around here talking about, that why you got to depend on the system. We built that system with our slave labor.
Right.
That system would not exist if it did not have the funding from that slave labor.
How all that revenue got parlayed for the white generation.
These United States,
but they don't want to talk about that.
And that's the fact.
How all that revenue got parlayed.
Why we need to be leaning on the government nonsense. You can keep that for your other people that you're going to run into. Because that talking point right there, you literally shooting yourself in the foot before you can even get out the gate.
Right.
That's like a horse being on the track.
What brother got the Church of Black Power, huh?
Instead of looking at the finish line. Soon as the gates open, the horse runs out and shoot itself in the foot and roll over. That's what this man just did to himself.
Mm-hmm.
Let's continue.
Lower taxes so small businesses can invest. They can hire a kid, give him his first job, right? School choice so our kids get a real education. They can graduate knowing how to read.
Give him his first
safer
job.
community
Give
so
him his
I
first
can build
business.
generational wealth and invest in my community without being afraid somebody's going to burn it or take it.
Now, family, I want you all to remember that this man is running in a area as a Republican in Texas. So all he's doing is taking the same talking points that any other Black Republican takes when they go on the road.
Yeah.
So
and I'm going to prove that as well.
Yeah.
I'm about moving forward, not looking back. I believe in opportunity, not handouts. I want to build something that lasts, and reparations doesn't do any of those things. And so,
oh my God,
reparations does all of those things.
Right.
See, these people be talking out of both sides of their neck. They don't either they don't know what they're talking about, or they do and they're full of it.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm gonna show that this man does, and he's full of it.
Yeah.
Completely full.
So he's on puppet strings.
You know, I'm running to represent all the people in TX30. A lot of people in TX30 are not Black. I would be remiss and I would be a terrible, terrible representative if I was dead set on something that's going to harm most of the people in my district.
First and foremost, reparations is not going to harm anybody in your district. See how he's wording this crap?
Mm-hmm.
I will be. Now, here's the thing. I can understand if you're running in a district that isn't predominantly Black, you still have to have policies for people within your district. I'm not going to fault you for that. I'm not going to fault any Black politician who says, you know what? I have to have a platform that's going to
another one who says, I'm not going to do nothing strictly for Black people now.
However, problem comes in when you now say that you cannot represent the people that you actually come from, whether or not you have constituents that's not a part of your lineage or not a part of your race group or whatever. You're supposed to have something that caters directly for your people. That's the whole point of you being a representative. And by you saying, I'm not going to pass something that will hurt the rest of my constituents, that just shows me that, one, you're using another Republican talking point, because reparations would not hurt anybody in your constituency. It would only better America. Because that wealth would go right back into America. And that's a fact. There are studies to show this to the moon. But yet this dude wants to tap dance, put on his best tap dancing shoes, and get out there and just go shuck and jive for Massa now. Oh, Massa, I'm not going to hurt you with no policy. No.
And so I don't support it. I'm sorry. I don't support it. If that hurts you or offends you, I welcome you to, let's talk about it. But I don't support it. Let me be clear.
And let us be clear.
How do I get in touch with you, motherfucker?
Says he don't support
Give me your phone
He
number.
wants to be clear. And I'm glad he thinks
Come on,
he's being
Frontline
clear.
Black News with that bullshit.
I'm glad
we'll
that
give
he
you the business.
thinks he's being
We're
clear.
not gonna do that
Because
reparations actually will help.
Like I said, I had a
people with
blast from the past.
And
now,
you're right about that, Jay
in
Militant.
remembering who this
more
dude is.
money to more people equals higher.
And he sounds
buy rates.
180
No, he's
degrees
right. No, Jay Militant is
of
right
what
about
he
that.
used to sound like. Let me take you back to 2020. Let's go back to 2020.
Yeah, let's go back to 2020.
In 2020, Mr. Daniels here
Was singing a whole.
was coming out saying things like this. And peep how we're gaining all this ground in our fight for equality and reparations for slavery without surrendering our power to any political party. We're bringing the change ourselves.
It sounded like us. What happened?
Sounds 180 degrees from what we just heard in that video.
Okay, he's been bought.
Yeah.
He's been bought.
Let's go here.
That's why they call them sellouts.
Yep.
And these are the people that you have to watch. And wait until you find out what group he was representing.
Uh-oh.
Let's go here. Excuse me, family. My fault. Also in 2020, he says, the call for reparations is a call that is not going away anytime soon.
What?
It will only grow louder until nothing else can be heard.
My.
Real interesting. I find it real interesting that he went from being a Scott's supporter of reparations to now flip-flopping as our brother, the big black god, the big black god, I don't know what the heck going on there, just said, flip-flopping to now having a stance that's totally against reparations.
Yeah.
And that's not all, family. This dude wrote a whole damn article talking about reparations. Let's go here, family. And this is his straight from his page. This is his website. You can look this up right now. This is from February 2023. Owning our identity, embracing our heritage as Black American descendants of slaves. Now, when I first read that, it kind of sent me for a loop. I'm like, what the hell? It says ADOS.
Well, that motherfucker damn sure ain't no diasporic African. That's for damn sure.
And he
Talking
made sure
that
to
kind
put
of
that
shit.
black in front of it,
No,
which now makes it Black Americans, descendants of slaves, of slavery. And in my head, it automatically reshapes everything.
The way he talking now.
But then I was like, well, maybe it's a typo. Maybe he just worded that wrong. Well, let's get to this article, family.
Damn,
Black people, listen up. As a Black American man, whoa, wait.
Remind.
Why would you capitalize the black here and didn't capitalize the black here?
Wow.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just one of those type of people that ask those questions. Anyway, as a Black American man, father, lawyer, an advocate for justice, I am deeply committed to the fight for equality.
Exactly, Jay Militant.
And equity.
Exactly, Jay Militant. That's what the hell I've been saying all along.
Especially for those who are descendants of slavery like me.
Mm-hmm.
And myself included.
Yeah, that got me questioning.
Yep, myself included as well.
This is a critical issue that cannot be ignored. And it's time for us to come together to take action. For far too long, Black American descendants of slaves.
Everybody, that's
see this right here is every time I read it, it just makes me
Black American.
100% salute to our brother Black Truth United. Thank you for being here, brother. It just 100% makes me think that he's trying to widen the view of what it is or what it's supposed to be by putting the Black in front of American descendants of slavery, even though Americans descendants of slavery is already very ambiguous.
Yeah,
it makes it even more ambiguous. It makes it sound like you could come to America and be called a Black American no matter where you're from, and be a slave from somewhere else and still get those benefits, like a Jamaican.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
They're considered, or you can consider yourself a Black American. However, it just makes no sense to me that they will also think that because they have slavery or had slavery in Jamaica or whatever, that they would also be entitled to it. That's what this kind of sounds like to me.
Yep.
It kind of sounds like he's just trying to widen the view on this.
Yeah.
Because he keeps on using that same term, Black American descendants of slavery. For far too long, Black American descendants of slavery, ADOS, have been marginalized and our voices drowned out by broader discussions of race and discrimination. In 2023, it was not just a broader discussion of racism and discrimination that are drowning out our voices as ADOS.
That the homeless population could be taken.
The issues of sexuality and gender identity are also taking center stage.
Other groups.
This only further obscures the unique struggle and experiences of our community. Seems like he was being very specific on this.
Yeah.
And as a result,
oh boy,
the specific need and concerns of ADOS are often overlooked and ignored, even though we face ongoing challenges and inequalities as a result of our history and heritage. It is time to stop allowing others to tell us what to care about, how to identify. Excuse me. Let me reread that. It is time for us to stop allowing others to tell us what to care about, how to identify, and how to exist as Black individuals. It's time to begin building towards obtaining reparations and justice for centuries of crimes and slavery. So this is completely different,
right,
from what dude was saying here. It is completely different.
Completely.
It is time to reclaim our identity and voice and to stand up for our right and dignity as Black American descendants of slavery. every single time I say that, it sounds weirder and weirder and weirder.
Right.
Black American descendants of slavery. It just doesn't sit right.
No.
Is it just me, family, or is it just
no?
It just doesn't sit right. It sounds like a trick bag.
Mm-hmm.
The shit's ambiguous.
It definitely sounds
We
like
can
a
buy
trick
them
bag.
liquor stores, build our own schools, build our own hospitals with
All right,
black doctors, build our own law firms, send more kids to
Christ.
college without them
Let me go.
student
Where was
loans. You're right, Jay Militant.
Yeah, we do all.
It is imperative that we recognize and identify as Black American descendants of slavery. This is the boost. These word salad games that they play, rather than as African Americans. This distinction is critical as it allows us more effective advocacy. More effectively advocate for the specific needs and concerns of our community. It also allows us to acknowledge the unique history and experiences of Black Americans who are descendants of slavery. Oh, Jesus Christ, every time I read that. And to work together to address the ongoing legacy of discrimination and inequality. And this dude is a lawyer. This dude is a lawyer.
Yeah.
Right.
Wow.
He's not very smart at all.
Wow.
Anybody JDs now.
Oh, Jesus. Identifying as ADOS on the census and other official forms is important because it allows us more accurate representation of our community. Thus, in turn, can have a significant impact on our political power and influence, as it helps to demonstrate the size and strength of our community by accurately counting and acknowledging the experiences and contributions of ADOS. We can work together. We can work towards achieving, greater equity and representation in all areas of society.
Mm.
This dude, man, let's go here. Hold on, family, because I want to really touch on this. This dude has made a complete 180, even though the wording was wrong. He was still kind of being specific there, but this dude has made a complete 180 and shot himself in the foot while doing so.
Mm-hmm.
He shot himself in the foot while doing so. Because here's the thing. His game plan, since he's running against Jasmine Crockpot, his game plan is hoping that people hate her so much that hate will usher him into the office that she holds. And in case people like himself have not been paying attention to the most recent election that gave Donald Trump the seat, we're not voting against people anymore. You can't make us emotional enough to vote against people anymore. We're voting for a specific policy. And this dude, he has no specific policy for us because, like he said, most of his constituents are the people that he's running to represent are not Black. But yet he's using his Black face to try to take the lead in the race, while making a complete 180-degree turn on his stances on reparations. And we're going to get into some of the comments that shows he really shot himself in the foot. He really shot himself in the foot. But let's look at some of the people that this guy, Sholdon, hangs around. Because he doesn't sound new when he switched his position. He just took the same talking points as somebody else. You know who that somebody else was, family?
Byron Donalds.
Byron Donalds. Look how happy he looks there.
I told you there was more to about him.
Don't he look like a good puppet?
Damn. Yep.
Don't he look like a great plant?
Yeah.
Zippity-doo-dah,
this guy right here, he looks happy as a charm, ain't it?
Yeah.
And if I can remind you, family, if I can remind you,
a little bit too
man, I'm speechless, man. I just don't know what to say.
Byron tried to give that same talking point.
Now, with that, we can start putting pressure on them special interest groups because we will have the money to back our candidates to get them in office, and boom. Yeah. That sounds sound reason right there, Jay Militant.
We're going to Washington to get our check. You understand? So now, what is your position on reparations?
Ooh. Thank you. Great question. Thank you. You can only fight and let them answer. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll be direct. I'll be direct with you.
Every time they have one of these town halls, we need to have at least asking them what
I will tell you, brother in the hat with the glasses on, that's not true. What I will tell you is that there's a question if you're going to get into the full economics of reparations right now. Question number one, of all Black people in the country, how many of them are actually descendants of slaves? Because you've had a lot of immigration over the last 100 years in America. American slavery. There was slavery in the Caribbean. One brother came up, he said that he's first generation of the brother in the Congo because his parents came from Jamaica. My grandmother is from Jamaica. So my grandmother's Jamaican. I know exactly what you're talking about. My mother was born in the United States. I'm born in the United States. So this is a fundamental question. You're a Black man, I'm a Black man.
Immigrant.
Am I eligible for reparations right now? I would say the answer is no, I'm not. Because my family is from Jamaica. My father's Panamanian. His grandparents were born in Panama. My father immigrated to the United States. So does that make me eligible? So you got to go through all of that. That's step one. Step number two. Slavery under federal law was ended in 1865. The Jim Crow era ended, obviously, with the 64 Civil Rights Act, 65
No, it didn't. Nigga, you ain't even got your goddamn facts straight.
As a Black kid today, does he get reparations?
Third
question. Hold on now. Third question. You got a lot of other people in the United States, Asians. Are they responsible for the cost of the slave trade? No, because they're of Asian descent. People of Indian descent. People who are Hispanic in the United States. The largest growing population in the United States. And of course, the dominant population is still the white population. But even in that, it's not just Southern whites that were plantation owners from their grandfathers.
They got reparations.
Let me touch on this because I said this before, and I'm going to say it as many times as
Brother Che, I'm out, man.
This whole argument of the Asians wasn't here, should they pay?
Okay.
Everybody who's sitting on this soil.
I'll give you a call tomorrow. Okay, I'm out from Sin City.
By way of their tax
dollars. Go Lakers and
because
Warriors
the American government has to pay.
Navy Warriors.
I don't give a damn where you came from. And salute to our brother Blacc, Truth United. Thank you for your cash app, my brother. Your donation.
Man.
I don't give a damn where you came
dude
from.
Don't want to debate with me.
There was only one reason why you
around
came
that brain dead Negro.
The America.
All right, folks. Night from Sin City.
Okay,
you came to America to benefit
both them Negroes.
off of the opportunities that was created off of the slave labor of this country.
Right.
You wouldn't have better opportunities if we didn't build the wealth to create better opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, everybody benefits till this day off of the opportunities that was built from slave labor.
Yep. The land of opportunity, off of slave labor.
So we don't give a damn about whether Asians were here. We don't give a damn who owned slaves. We don't give a damn about none of that.
Cut the goddamn check. That's all.
Because it was the American government. America. Start talking like a southern redneck. It was the American government. America. It was the American government that kept us enslaved. It was the American government that subsidized slavery. And it was the American government that paid former slave owners because they considered us property at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do not get this confused.
Right.
The American government owes foundational Black American, aka the American freedmen, reparations.
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you're a citizen of that government, you owe too.
Yep.
Hell, some would even say, even if you're not a citizen, if you're here, you owe.
Yep.
Period.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't give a damn about what Byron Donalds is talking about.
Right.
Let's continue.
So if you're going to talk about reparations today, what you're talking about is taking money from other Americans, which quite rightly, the pain and the toil that did happen in America through slavery, through Jim Crow, but now you're asking Americans today and in the future to pay that bill. Is it that bill? Is it their bill, Americans today, to pay?
Yes, yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the interest has compounded.
Yep.
And it will continue to compound in interest until that debt is paid.
$1 gazillion.
That's just what the hell it is. This dude right here, he's running around talking like this, man. Let's go here real quick. We don't even need to continue, family, because I know you all heard that already. And I don't want to piss you off any more than I have to. But I want to go here. Shout out to our brother Nas. Because our brother Nas posted this here that says a lot about Byron Donalds.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure it says a lot about Sholdon Daniels as well.
Yep.
Here we go. So,
drum roll.
The Black immigrant, this is our brother Nas saying this. The Black immigrant Republican Byron Donalds takes money from Israel, but has the nerve to say he doesn't support reparations for Black Americans.
Ooh.
He should be consistent. He needs to tell those, the Ish community. I call them Ish because, you know, they're not Jews. They're not anything. Anybody with the Ish on their name are the Ish people.
Yeah.
That just means to be like, which means that you're not them.
Yeah.
But anyway, he should be consistent, and he needs to tell the Ish people who fund him that he's against reparations for the Ish people as well. And I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Salute to Marvin Z for being here. Shout out to you, family. And salute to Didn't Have to Be Here Running Wild. That name gets me. Salute. Shout out to you, family. Yeah, but this man is taking $25,277 on one donation, $17,377 on another donation, $7,900 on another donation. So he's taking donations from these people, from the Ish people, while turning around and telling us we don't deserve reparations. When these people have been getting reparations and their Holocaust didn't even happen on this land.
Right.
We didn't have nothing to do with their Holocaust.
Nothing.
As a matter of fact, We went and helped them free them from their Holocaust.
Yep.
And we're paying reparations. And we're giving funding to them. But Byron Donaldson has nothing to say on this. He has absolutely nothing to say on this. So, family, I'm going to be honest with you. When he said they have me running against her, who are the they that he's speaking of?
Now we know.
I'm just wondering.
The Republicans.
Who are the they in which he's speaking of?
Ish people.
I can show you who I can only assume they are. Let's go here. Could this be the they that he's speaking of?
Blacc has been working with Morehouse for 30 years. Ann Spellman, and I'm shocked that you didn't mention Clark Atlanta, because there aren't two historically Black colleges in Atlanta. There are three, and the most important in terms of the U.S.-Israel relationship by far is Clark Atlanta, because Clark Atlanta is the home of the Vanguard Leadership Group, which has been sending 50 African-American student leaders to the APEC Policy Conference for the last 12 years. They're now a national movement. APEC has no idea how to engage any of these groups because we never once targeted groups. We targeted Amanda and Darius and Albert and Jared and Natasha, all of whom, by the way, will be in Congress or the state houses, all of whom have more influence over their social groups of hundreds or thousands than will ever be impacted by a speech, by a movie, by a pamphlet, by a website. There are 6 ways to get the relationship building process right. And I don't pretend for a second that we invented this. We learned from Miller, and we learned from Alinsky, and we learned from the people that have been doing retail engagement for 100 years. But the relationship building process must be a natural one. APEC has been working with Morehouse for 30 years. Ann Spellman, and I'm shocked that you didn't mention Clark Atlanta, because there aren't two historically Black colleges in Atlanta. There are 3, and the most.
Could this be? Could that be the reason? Could they be the people who's making him run against Jasmine Crockett? I don't know. It sounds like that could be the case.
Yeah. So they're donating all that money to us.
That sounds like that could be the case. Salute to our brother Big Black God. Thank you very much for your Cash App, family. I appreciate your donation. Your gift is blessed tenfold. I'm convinced, since we know that white supremacy like to play both sides of the fence, I'm convinced this is exactly what's happening. They saying how turned off we are with Jasmine. Because Jasmine, she's a big ass turn off. Everybody knows she's turning everybody off. That's why I don't think that she could be married. That's just but still, she's a turn off. And so they say, you know what? Well, let's put an articulate brother in there and let's run him as a Republican. And maybe we can get them on that end. And that way we can convince them that they don't need reparations. I mean, what does that guy look like to you? What does that say to you?
Say raccoon to me.
There's another thing I want to show you. Let me just show you this real quick. Here he is with somebody who is basically accused of scamming folk out of their money. Grant Cardone. Let me show you here. So financial influencer Grant Cardone says that he can make you a billionaire His investors claim he defrauded them.
Wow.
So what we have here is a man who's chilling with a tether, chilling with a scammer.
Ooh.
Chilling with a tether, chilling with a scammer.
Ooh.
This is what I get out of this.
Tether scammer.
And these two tethers, well, I don't know if this dude's a tether, so I'm gonna say this tether and this suspected tether. These two are going around with this talking point of, well, we don't know who's going to get it. It's just going to be so tough to decide who's going to get it, and there's really no way to figure out how to get this, yada, yada, yada. I want to play this documentary that PBS put together on reparations, on the reparations conversation. And this is a behind the scenes clip. I want to get into this because everybody knows who gets reparations. And everybody understands this delineation because of the necessary need. So these chumps here are just running around here lying their ass off with the same talking points. The exact same talking points. Let's go here, family.
Why that's important. It's very important because lineage base goes to a specific ethnic group of people who need repair. We are dealing with delineation because since we've had a lot of migration into America starting in the 80s, we have been dealing with this thing of flat blackness, where everyone who comes into the country takes on this identity of a Black American. But there are actually Black Americans here who have to share that title of Blackness with their ethnicity, their race, and their cultural identity. And so when we're dealing with Blackness here in the United States, lineage based, we're talking about a specific ethnic group of people who come from the Americas. May they have been here before Columbus, or may they have been brought here as enslaved people from the diaspora. We are specifically dealing with repair for those people. So people who migrated into the country, say from the diaspora, from the continent of Africa, or from the West Indies, this form of repair for reparations for this distinct lineage-based people is not for people who immigrated into the country and are calling themselves Black.
Right.
So that distinction, and it's caused us literally for the last 20 years, we've been facing the fact that as Black Americans, we're going to have to delineate ourselves and separate ourselves from this flat blackness because we are a specific group of people with thousands of inventions and everything that deals with culture, language, religious, customs, dance, food, and a history, a shared history.
I understand what you're saying about how the term Black has kind of been, remixed over the years. The Black experience for people who look like me and you, who look like y'all sit down in the audience, like people don't care, like if you're from the West Indies, if you're from the continent, if you.
Notice how the person giving the interview. Notice how she just hit her with the, they don't care where you're from, you all look alike if you get pulled over and all this. She hit that same talking point.
Yeah, that's what Shabaka's always saying too.
I smell a tether.
But Shabaka's not a tether though.
Been born and raised in the States and are descendant of enslaved people, you're Black and you have this experience. So then what does reparations look like if it's delineated in that way?
Okay, well, let me start here. It doesn't look the same to me. Blackness does not look the same to me if you're coming from the diaspora into the country. From the foundation, number one, you're making a choice to migrate into a country that you know have certain customs and traditions when it comes to racial disparities.
Pause. Shout out to the sister for saying that, because I tell people all the damn time, you chose to come here. You, for some damn reason, you saw what was going on to black folks in this country and said, you know what? I want some of that. You chose to come here. So you cannot say, I deserve redress too. I go through racism too. I was oppressed too. You chose your route of oppression. That's just what it is. You could have stayed at home around all the people who looked like you, who is a part of your community, and not have to deal with the racism and oppression in America. Now, you would still have to deal with colonization, but that's a whole different beast. You're here in America because you chose to leave where you were from in order to come and benefit from the wealth that slave labor produced. That's what it is. So don't nobody deserve anything outside of us.
Right.
I don't care if you went through oppression.
Right.
I don't care if you went through police brutality. I don't care. You chose to come to this land knowing all that was going on with us. And then you hopped on board with the white supremacists.
Yeah.
That's what you did. Thinking because you're not like us and you say it in the accent, I am not like that Negro over there.
Yeah, I'm not like that Akata over there. I'm not like that Jerry.
That they would accept you. But they don't.
Yeah.
And not only do they not accept you, they look at you like a despicable stain. While you smiling all up in their face and tap dancing and all this other stuff. Let's be 100. They deserve CARICOM reparations. As far as U.S. reparations, that's strictly for foundational Black Americans. Exactly.
Right.
Our labor built this country. We are owed. And I'm gonna be honest with you. At this point in time, I don't even care about whether they get reparations or not. Y'all overly trying to be in our business. You're not taking care of your own.
Right. So hold your own nuts. Hold your own food.
And I'm gonna be 100 with you. Your best bet would have been being very supportive of us getting our reparations.
Yeah.
Why? Because then we would have been very supportive in helping you get yours. But no, you're over here actively fighting against us. Actively fighting against us getting our reparation and getting what's owed to us in our own damn country.
Right. The tenor.
And guess what? Because you're doing that, CARICOM will not see a reparations check. That's going to be on the universe doing, not by anything. Don't take it from me. Look at the progress that they've made, or the lack thereof, because they're too busy being in our business over here. That's it.
Yep. That's it.
Let's get back over here.
In the country. And so you're making a conscious decision to leave your homeland and to bite the bullet and to come in this country and to make the best out of what you have. From the foundation, that's a completely different ideology from a people who were already living here, who had to deal with colonization, or a people who were stolen from their homeland and brought over here as an enslaved people and had to deal with colonization. Those specific people that I'm talking about, Black Americans, have a specific atrocities towards them, not choice-based. And it's starting from enslavement all the way to present day. And so anyone who decides to jump on this roller coaster of oppression is going to have to go to the back of the line if they want those grievances addressed, because there are millions of us, over 50 million of us, who did not have a objective choice to be in this battle.
And I would say, take it a step further, if you got grievances, leave the country, go home. Because again, you chose to come here to deal with the same grievances that we've already been having. So your grievances don't matter to me. Especially when you're fighting against us getting what's owed to us.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got any grievances, I want you to go home. I want you to go ahead and pack up everything you got up in your house and move wherever you came from. Puerto Rico, Jamaica, anywhere in the Caribbean. I don't care. Africa, Europe, don't care. Because you made an active decision to come over here, knowing what the race relations are to this day, was then and still is to this day. You chose that. Let's not forget that. So the only people that is owed a damn penny on this continent, the only people that grievance matters, is foundational Black Americans.
Yeah. Period.
That's it. That's all. Salute the Black troops for throwing up the ICE number. Call ICE and call them twice.
We're at a loss on many different levels. We don't get immigration status. We don't get special loans from being immigrants. We don't get protection from being immigrants. We don't have a homeland that we can go back to. We don't have a homeland that we can make money here and invest in. We're at home. So we're in a completely different situation than anyone who made a conscious decision to come to this country for the American dream.
Is it beyond that? Does it go into mental health? Does it go into redlining? Does it go into financial education? Does it go into all these different ways that
Notice how this reporter is trying to take it into other areas, right? Does it go into financial education? Does it go into redlining? All trying to find an area that someone else can wiggle their self into. Well, I was redlined. I was oppressed. They voter suppressed me. And that's why it's very important not just to say that reparations is for literal slavery, the unpaid labor of the slaves. That's what we start off with. And then once that's addressed, we move on to the next topic of the situation, the next part of the oppression. Now we need reparative justice for the Black codes. Now we need, after we get that, now we need reparative justice for Jim Crow and the effects of that. All of these things are totally different redresses.
Yeah.
But guess what? none of you tethers, and no black immigrant outside will receive any of that redress either. Period. Because all those things stems from the legacy of slavery here in America. I don't know how much clearer I can put it. I'm trying to be as clear as the waters at Laguna Beach. And so now they're trying to tie the reparations claim, or at least this woman is trying to tie the reparations claim to other areas of oppression to see if other people can get in on that. And salute to this sister for her response, because she responds beautifully. What in the goddamn hell? Come on, puke tube.
Descendants of African American slaves or enslaved Africans have been affected. What exactly does it look like for you? If at the end of this task force and they come and present their findings and legislation does happen, what then does it like realistically look like to you?
So first of all, from an individual stance of Black Americans here, number one, it is cash payments. There is a debt that is owed. There is a debt that is owed for people who worked and built the economy of this country. That is cash. I don't want a voucher. I don't want trickle down economics. It starts with cash payment. It starts with a cash payment because a cash payment is owed. And the United States government knew that. With Reconstruction, it was discussed. They said that they needed to repay 40 acres and a mule. That was not received. We have the Freedmen Bank, which was dismantled and robbed. And the United States government supported those actions. We have a loss. For instance, the last study number that the California Task Force put out is discussing the New Deal, which started in 1933, where states and federal governments passed laws where they were not going to give loans and allow Blacks to live into certain neighborhoods, where they dismantled the equity in homes based on Black neighborhoods, redlining. And between 1933 and 1977, that is $569 billion that is lost by California-only residents, not the United States. In California alone, 44 years, $569 billion was stolen from Black Americans, things they could have gained in equity, neighborhoods they could have lived in, and things like that. That is cash. That is not trickle-down economics. That is not for people of color. That is not minority. That is for Black Americans who suffer financial loss that they cannot hold down to future generations. So the majority of Californians are renting. And if your family has been here, as long as my family has been here, there should be land handed down from generation to generation. I should not struggle to send my children to college because I should be able to pull money out of the equity of my home, but I can't because I was blocked out of that market. And so that is financial repair. When it comes to a general repair, yes, they need to have programs that address mental illness. They need programs to address medical apartheid. We were living in red line districts where a lot of our ancestors, like my mother, died of cancer. My grandmother died of cancer. My aunt died of cancer. They lived their entire lives in San Francisco, in the Fillmore and Bayview area, which are redlining districts surrounded by factories and freeways, and the toxins have literally wiped out my family. So there has to be repair for that also. Yeah, I'll talk about housing and how.
Family, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. The whole situation of programs, and this is one of the reasons why when I wrote my reparations bill, I made sure to separate cash payments from programs that could be created by the Freedmen's Bureau. And by doing that, I'm not just making sure that we're set up cash-wise, but that we're addressing issues like mental health, because white supremacy is a mother lover and it does affect people's mental health. I have a section where it does address all the inequities within the law. Do you understand how many laws would have to be just revised due to the way that the laws target foundational Black Americans? We have to have an overhaul of the law, because so many statutes either exclude foundational Black Americans, or it's written in a way where we cannot benefit from the same things that everyone else are benefiting from. So that has to be addressed. Schooling is another thing that has to be addressed. But these are different programs within a reparations package, all of a reparations package. It isn't one or the other, right? It isn't a free schooling. It isn't free housing. It isn't tax-free status. It's all of those things, because all of those things are old. All of those things are old. So it isn't just one piece of the pie to just get the money. It isn't one thing or the other. All the things that Native Americans get and receive, we should be getting and receiving. Period, point and blank. So programs is just a piece of the pie. Cash payments is just a piece of the pie. Land grants is just a piece of the pie. And we got to make sure that we're keeping this type of language. Because don't think once we get that check, that it's over from there. No. That's just one piece of the pie. That's just one small piece of the pie. Now, let's move on to the next piece of the pie, because I don't want to leave here until this whole pie is eaten. I got to eat this piece. I have to eat this pie in sections. And that's how we get things done. You eat your pie in sections. Right now, we're concentrated on the cash payment aspect of it. But once the cash payment aspect is done, guess what? Okay, now bring on our programs. Once that's done, okay, now we need to redress for the Black codes. We need to go through all these laws and make sure none of these laws are predatory to foundational Black American, aka the American freedmen. After that, we need redress for Jim Crow. All the situations that had the red line, we need to make sure that we get just grants wherever the hell we want to live, we can go and live. Like, these things is what needs to happen. It needs to happen sectionally, piece by piece by piece. And it's not just one thing. It is all things. It is everything, because we're owed all things and everything in this country as an American and as the builders of America. There shouldn't be nobody living more lavish than our people. Period, point and blank. And if I'm wrong about that, please let me know. But there is nobody on this continent that is more deserving to live a lavish lifestyle than us. Period. Now, before we get up out of here, family, I said we were going to go to the comments, and that's what we're going to do, because it is truly hilarious When I say he shot himself in the foot, I wasn't being facetious. When I say he shot himself in the foot, I was not joking around, my family. Let's go here. Now, we're back at the video. This is the video where he said he don't believe in reparations. When they give money to immigrants, you can hear a rat piss on God. Nobody did a word. Nobody says a word. I feel you on that, Black Spider. Real stuff. That's some stuff that my grandfather would say. You can hear a rat pissing on cotton. Oh, I love that. Oh, so let's go here, family, because I want to get to these comments. Show and I am my ancestors. Said, you just sunk your campaign. Your only choice was to galvanize Crockpott's base to either run red or sit it out. For you to claim to be a descendant and not willing to advocate for your freedmen rights and repair is treasonous to your bloodline. Some sins of the father are inherited. You damn right. So he goes on, he comes back, he said, not true. Look at the data. And this Anita Albright, I don't know what the hell, I'm not even gonna read her comment. But I want to get here. This is the comment right here that tore me apart. Oh wow. F you. F your campaign, F your whack ass mama, F your punk ass daddy, F your kids, F your wife, F whatever party you are a part of, F everything connected to you, F everything you love. My God. In my head, I'm gonna be honest with you, family. I cried when I could not breathe when I read that. I read that over and over again, and I literally ran out of breath. To be 100 with you, she's basically said F everything about you. What's your likes, your dislikes, your family.
Fuck him, goddammit, and fuck anybody with his ass. Yeah.
That's basically what she said. 100%. She cooked them. She cooked them. I wish it was a video. So I wish it was a video so I could hear it in her own damn words, in her own voice. I mean, but god dang it, just to go off, F you, F your campaign, F your whack ass mama, F your punk ass daddy, F your kids, F your wife, F whoever party you belong to, F everyone you connected to, F everything you love and stand for. God dang. She went the hell off on it. But on life, family, I'm be honest with you, I'm not mad at her. I'm happy. I'm glad people are out here literally calling this dude out and giving him the business. All these politicians have to get it into their minds that if you're not going to represent us, I don't give a damn what your constituency look like. If you're not going to represent us as a people, we're your people. Don't expect us to represent you. Don't expect us to push you forward. Don't do it. Don't expect us to show up for you when you can't even speak up for us. I don't care what your constituency look like. All they're going to care about is whether you're going to get things done for them. But if you get things done for them, they won't care about you being pro-black. They won't care about you getting things done for people in your community as well. And all you have to do, since your constituency is predominantly not black, is keep them happy while speaking up for us. You don't even have to really do anything for us because you don't have the power to in your area. But speaking for reparations, that would help you a lot more, because now you got people who are actively saying that they're not going to vote for you. They're going to make sure you don't win. So now the question is, do you go and vote for Mrs. Snuffleupagus and her heavy eyelashes, or do you vote for the suspected tether who don't believe in reparations? Neither one of them really believes in reparations, but neither one of them are going to be able to do nothing for the black community. So who do you support in this situation? I would say sit that bitch out. I'm going to be 100. I would support the couch in this situation. Because neither this dude, the suspected tether, or Mrs. Snuffleupagus, neither one of them are doing anything for the black community. And neither one of them really believes in pushing reparations. This guy apparently is a flip-flop. He's being paid. I'm suspect, this is alleged, but I'm suspecting he's being paid by APOC. But we won't know until his campaign contributions come out. I went looking, trust me, I went looking. But since he's just now starting to run, there isn't anything posted on his campaign contributions. But the question is, who do you support? That's the real question. But for FBA, we know who not to support. That's just the truth. And who we're not going to support is you, Mr. Daniels. You would have did better running on the reparations platform, knowing that you had no black folk, no foundational black Americans in your district. You would have did way better. And then making sure you had different policies for, you know, other people in your constituents. You dig me? Well, somebody did make this video right here, and I find it hilarious, so I'm gonna share it with you. When he gets that wake-up call, because like I said, nobody's voting against anybody anymore. If you're not bringing any tangible policies, we don't care. We're not listening to you. We're not walking in. And if you get in there, fine. And if you don't, fine. Either way, it matters not to us. But if you don't get in there because you wasn't willing to stand up and say, yeah, I support reparations, although I don't have a lot of foundational black Americans in my district, I know it would help them tremendously. But let me also give you some other policies that I support for my district. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're supposed to sound like. It seems like we're out here trying to teach these people how to do jobs that they're supposed to have been doing for years. This makes absolutely no damn sense. And then you wouldn't even have to worry about too much if you didn't support reparations and you ran on the reparations platform, because you don't have to do too much. What'll benefit your constituents will benefit them all. And then you do something directly for the little bit of foundational black Americans in your area. Find a program for them. I know foundational black Americans are, 80% more likely to deal with dirty air and transmission in the environment. So we want to put together a program that helps out in these areas. Like, there are things that you can do, but you shot yourself in the foot. So if you don't win, Just know it's going to be a lot of this going on.
Get on, Green Jimmy the Cricket soup wearing ass motherfucker. Get on, short Colin Powell haircut having ass motherfucker. Get on, little Angela Davis mustache wearing ass motherfucker. Get on, little Richard Pryor shortcut fade having around the side wearing motherfucker. Little Sammy Davis Award Jr. Afro haircut having ass motherfucker. Get on, little Dynamite Disco Danny demonstrating. Get on, get on, Green Jimmy the Cricket soup wearing ass motherfucker. Get on, short Colin Powell haircut having ass motherfucker. Get on, little Angela Davis mustache wearing ass motherfucker. Get on, little Richard Pryor shortcut fade having around the side wearing motherfucker. Little Sammy Davis Award Jr. Afro haircut having ass motherfucker. Get on, little Dynamite Disco Danny demonstrating. Get on, get on, Green Jimmy the
Family. I'm sorry, I let that play twice because I'm over here laughing my ass off. I'm over here crying. Yeah, family, you better get ready for a lot of that if you don't win. And it's gonna be on you. And that's another thing that we're gonna start doing. Well, continue to do, not start, continue to do. We're gonna remind everybody why you lost. Because we don't want no misnomers about why you lost. I don't want you thinking that, they just had more people on the right or on the left, whatever. No. You lost because you didn't deal with a critical part of your constituencies. And that is the foundational Black American, AKA the American freedmen. And we're going to continue to say nanny, nanny, boo, boo, stick your head in doo, doo. Over and over again. Yes, Black Spider, my sister. Over and over and over and over again. And they're going to get so tired of it that you're going to have to do something. And the smart people, they're going to learn from all the mistakes. Salute to our brother Marvin. And you got dang right. Bolin and Bush, both taken out by the same people that funded them. Ain't that interesting? Both people taken out by the people who funded them. Yeah, I don't think that you want to be that guy. I don't think you want to lead off your political career like that. But hey, if that's what your decision is, to be a loser, then hey, do your thing. But if you want to win, and this is me talking to any aspiring politician. If you want to be like these losers, go right ahead. You can see your time pass you by, and none of that time will be in office. But if you want to really get things done, you need to come and knock on the door of foundational Black Americans. Come have a seat at our table and make sure that you brought lunch. Oh, did you think you was coming into our house and we were going to feed you? No. You coming into our house, you're going to kick your shoes off in the corner over there. You don't want you getting nothing on my carpet. You're going to kick your shoes off. You're going to sit at this table and you're going to show me what you brought me for lunch. And if that lunch ain't big enough, I guess you got to go and get dinner too. That is the new normal. Right. And all you folks out there better get used to it. Because it isn't stupidity that wins and loses elections. Hell, George Bush won his election and he was dumb as hell. It's support. Yeah. And if you don't have no grassroots support, let's be 100% honest. You ain't got nothing. Especially as a Democrat.
Especially.
If you choose to run as a Democrat, you have absolutely nothing. If you're not supporting foundational Black Americans. But don't let it confuse you. That goes for the people on the right too, with black faces. Don't think that you're just going to get into these positions of power and we're going to let you.
Right.
We're not going to help you if you don't want to help us. If you didn't bring dinner, if you didn't bring lunch, oh, there's a problem there, buddy. We're going to kick you right up out the back door. We ain't even going to send you out the front door. We don't even want you to grab your shoes. Kick you out the back door. Get your ass up out of here.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm keeping the shoes. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. Salute to Big Black God. I appreciate your Cash App again. Family, your donation is blessed tenfold. Don't think that.
All right, thank you, Church of Black Power. All right, y'all, I'm going to end the show now. Thank you for staying up late. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. It's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So this is going to conclude Season 5, Episode 2, Part 1 of the Frontline Black News. Join us tomorrow or later on today for Part 2. Episode 2, Part 2 of the Frontline Black News. So we'll see y'all then. Peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Chan Kuma signing out from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city, soon to be deported and arrested city in a sundown town known as Aurora, Colorado. Peace. Shout out to Jay Millie, shout out to Jab, Kahari, and Mac 25 and Twin Pyramid. See y'all for Part 2. Peace.